I'd like to call the business meeting of the Portland Board of Public Education to order. It is Tuesday, May 26, 2020, and the Portland Board of Public Education is meeting virtually through Zoom. Could I ask the superintendent to please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Atkinson.
Here.
Mr. Balfons.
Here.
Ms. Bondo.
Présente.
Mr. Burke.
Here.
Ms. Figdor.
Here.
Ms. Morioni.
Here.
Ms. Thompson.
Here.
Ms. Trevorrow.
Here.
Ms. Brown.
Here.
Ms. Yangala.
Present.
Chair Rodriguez.
Presente. I don't know if everyone else can hear. There's a little bit of feedback on the sound, and I think maybe if we can just try to make sure that we're all muted, maybe that'll help us out. Javier's got his headphones, so we can't blame him today.
I don't know.
Maybe we can. All right. Next, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. If we can get the flag on the screen, I'll lead us through it.
Aaron, are you going to do it, or do you want me to? There we go.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, for the report of the chair, I just want to very quickly, and I wouldn't be surprised if the superintendent recaps this as well, but just summarize that tonight was initially scheduled to be a special meeting, and for us to vote on the budget, and due to the pretty lengthy public hearing last week, that didn't allow us to start our business meeting until really late, we decided to reschedule most of our agenda items, except for the first read of the budget, to tonight's meeting. So this ended up being more of a normal agenda, so to speak, instead of just the one item that we were anticipating, which just kind of helped us out in terms of our workload, that we had this already on the schedule, and we were able to drop everything in here. So that's all I wanted us to, that's all I wanted to mention today, to kind of remind us of why we're here tonight. So I'll pass it on to the Portland Adult Ed student rep, Magali Yangala. Are you ready to report for Adult Ed?
Yes, I thought I'm going to be in the middle. Okay. Now?
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm sorry. I was supposed to do this on May 19, but I'm doing it today, May 26. It's the student voice report for PAE, Portland Adult Education. This student report, it's very complicated because it's happening from my bedroom study office, facing you guys on Zoom video. And I really miss being at the Casco Bay High School and the big office at the City Hall and see everybody face to face, but it's good that I'm facing you through Zoom video. This year have been very unique for me as a PAE student since December 2nd for the inauguration and my previous report on March 3rd. Oh my God, I have been so exposed to a lot of information and I have learned a lot. So I'm so thankful for this opportunity and privilege that Portland Public Schools are giving to adult education. But I was very speechless and surprised on March 16 when all our event was canceled until further notice. So the first following weeks was very overwhelming with questions to understand where this coronavirus came from and why and how long it's going to be to stay around. Myself and so many students wonder, how are we going to survive this quarantine? Shortly, I was like overwhelmed, and that after we were introduced to the remote learning online, and this one was very complicated for so many people to be exposed to this technology of learning online, because a lot of students did not know about that. So students across Portland public schools, they were in a very situation to study at home for themselves and for their kids to learn in so many cases without the proper devices for the kids. And then this journey has been very hard. I want to express my big appreciation to the teacher for the hard work. We are all forced to be in this quarantine and change the lifestyle of our everyday activity because of COVID-19. So I had the privilege to get in touch with PAE students via phone, text message to ask questions about how they are doing with the kids at home and try to cope with all this situation, which is not easy. But a lot of them were like, okay, we are happy, but we miss the teachers so much. We miss the yellow buses. That's the students telling the parents, they're like, you are not my teacher, you are my mom. I miss my teacher. I miss the yellow bus. I miss the food and the hug. A lot of kids were like, oh my God, I miss all my friends, even the bad friends. It's like missing schools to the point where they couldn't breathe. Even myself, I was like, oh my God, I'm so tired. I can't breathe anymore in this situation. So on April 8th, a group of Maine Adult Education Program Director, including PAE Executive Director Anita Saint-Ange, we spoke with representatives from all our 4 Maine congregational representatives, and I had a chance to share my real experience as a student and thank all 4 of them for the hard work and contribution that they are doing to adult educations. So I could even want to thank all the board members for the work and sacrifice that you've been doing all this time, especially during this time. It's very difficult for everybody. So I'm so thankful to be around this big smart table. Thank you. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Magali. Great job. Next, we'll go to the report of the superintendent.
Thank you, Chair Rodriguez, and nice job, Ms. Mangala. And I did send the board on my weekly report. I did send the article about your work from the Jumbo Africa newspaper. So congratulations on being featured on that.
Thank you. I'm trying.
I would like to begin my comments today by recognizing the original inhabitants of the land on which our city and schools stand, the Maliseet, the Micmac, the Penobscot, and the Passamaquoddy tribes, known collectively as the Wabanaki, or people of the Dawnland. We're honored to have their children among our students today. My deepest condolences on behalf of the entire Portland Public Schools family to the Alvis family for the untimely loss of their son, Blaine, last week. Blaine was a junior at Deering High School and a friend to many, and he will be missed. I would like to congratulate River Tim Talbot, 4th grade teacher and science coach Cindy Soul on being named the Cumberland County Teacher of the Year earlier this month. Cindy's an amazing teacher and leader and is so very deserving of this award. She will now compete with all of the other county teachers of the year for the Maine Teacher of the Year title, which will be announced in October. We're very fortunate to have Ms. Soul as one of our amazing Portland Public Schools people. Last week, our 3 high schools delivered graduation-themed lawn signs to our 570 seniors. This is one small first step in recognizing this amazing senior class for their scholarship and resilience. Nothing can compensate for all of the missed rites of passage, so we're hopeful that this small token will be the beginning of many other opportunities to recognize this exceptional class. I can tell you that it was a hit in the Botana household, and the wand sign is proudly displayed in our front yard. I would like to thank our high school leaders and dearing teacher Heather Sawyer for spearheading this effort. We continue to explore options for an August graduation and would like to thank the City of Portland Police Department and City Manager John Jennings for their support of our planning efforts. Thanks to the leadership of DHS teacher Sarah Schmidt, our Deering, Portland, and Casco Bay High School student board reps signed a letter to all PPS students who will turn 18 by the November election, encouraging and guiding them in registering to vote. This ultimate civics lesson is particularly important at this junction in our civic lives, and I hope that all of our current and soon-to-be 18-year-olds will take the time and the initiative to have their voices heard on many important topics this November. I'm happy to report that we've received 500 Chromebooks procured from the Maine Department of Education as part of the DOE's efforts to close the digital divide in Maine. We're grateful to the DOE for their leadership on this important issue. The devices will help to backfill our elementary school inventory as we strive to approach one-to-one access for our students. I would like to recognize Jamie Kearney and Jay Weisberg, who are currently leading our data and technology team, for their efforts to procure and now to inventory and distribute this technology. Today, we launched home delivery of meals to about 300 recipients. Our transportation and food service leadership has worked together to develop a safe delivery protocol and schedule the necessary routes. As we look to transition to summer meals programming on June 15th, we will be providing an update on what that entails at our next board meeting next week. Last week, we also sent letters to Portland Public Schools families about the plans for the last 2 weeks of school, or what we're lovingly calling our Sun School. Our work group that's preparing for possible school reopening scenarios has continued to meet and get feedback on their plans this past week, and they plan to have preliminary recommendations by the end of this week. We will be updating the board on all of these developments at the June 2nd board focus session. And I just wanted to let you know that our summer school programming is evolving, and this week we received news from Unum that they would contribute $20,000 to support our summer school programming. And given the fluidity of the moment, we've postponed our parent university event, which was scheduled for this week, for some time later in the summer, when we have all of these things coming together. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent. Next, for the report of the Secretary, consideration of, excuse me, I'm sorry, I failed to, during the report of the chair, to go over the Zoom meeting rules. So let me do that first, and then we'll go to the report of the Secretary. So just procedures of how the board meetings are held on Zoom will be conducted. All votes will be taken by roll call. The school board members will use the raise your hand feature found by selecting the participants at the bottom, found by selecting on the participants at the bottom of the screen in the sidebar, or on the pull down menu found by selecting the 3 dots in the participant's video window, should they wish to address the committee. The chair will acknowledge the speaker, and the committee members should lower their hands when they're finished speaking. Again, any opportunity for public comment will be announced. Members of the public will also use the raise the hand feature provided by Zoom, and the feature can be found on the webinar control bar at the bottom of the screen, or by selecting your name on the participant screen. I will call the Zoom name of the public participant with their hand raised to address the school board, and public members have 3 minutes to comment. Should the speaker near the 3-minute mark, I will address the speaker to see if additional time is needed and may grant an additional 3 minutes. If additional time is granted, at the end of the 6 minutes, the speaker's microphone will be muted. So again, then we'll go back now. We're on the report of the secretary. Consideration and action to approve the minutes of the meeting of May 5th, 2020. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Thompson, second. Ms. Morioni, are there any questions on the motion? Seeing none, is there any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, any board discussion? Seeing none, we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor of approving the minutes of the meeting of May 5th, 2020, we'll do a roll call. The superintendent will call it.
Mr. Atkinson,
Yes.
Mr. Balfons,
Yes.
Ms. Bondo,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Figdor,
Yes.
Ms. Morioni,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Varro,
Yes.
Ms. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Yangala,
Yes.
and Chair Rodriguez.
Yes. Next, consideration and action to approve the minutes of the meeting of May 19th, 2020. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Thompson, second by Ms. Morioni. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, any board discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes of the meeting of May 19, 2020, please indicate, and we'll do a roll call. The superintendent will call it.
Mr. Atkinson,
Yes.
Mr. Balfons,
Yes.
Ms. Bondo,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Figdor,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Ms. Morioni,
Yes.
Mr. Varro,
Yes.
Ms. Brown,
Yes.
and Ms. Yangala,
Yes.
and Chair Rodriguez.
Yes. All right, next, consent items. Will the superintendent please read the list of donations made to the district?
Under Board Policy KCD, the school board accepts by unanimous consent contributions made to the school district. As required by that policy, all of the donations are listed in the board agenda under this item. Our practice is for each donor to receive a written communication a written contribution acknowledgement expressing our heartfelt gratitude as well as for their tax purposes. I would like to thank the many generous contributors to the Portland Public Schools who have made donations of durable goods of substantial value and historical or commemorative significance. And the beneficiaries and contributors for this meeting are Rosemont Market donated food to be distributed to Portland families. Lynn Fluwelling of Easton, Maine donated handmade face masks for our food service staff to wear while handing out lunches to Portland students. And Rachel Talbot Ross and the Martin Luther King Jr. Fellows donated 10 Chromebooks to Portland Adult Education to assist with adult students' distance learning, and the recipient was Portland Adult Education. And we're very grateful for their generous support and contributions to the work of the Portland Public Schools.
Thank you, Superintendent. Next, old business. Consideration and action to approve the FY21 budget in the amount of $119,862,677. Is there a motion? Ms. Chavarro, second by anyone? Mr. Balfons. Superintendent, you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, we are going to, in a minute, just spend a few minutes bringing everybody up to speed on where we are in the budget process. And so that'll be the first part. And then we are prepared to walk through the multiple data requests that we've received from board members over the past couple of days, starting with the Finance Committee meeting last Thursday. So when we get to that part, I will direct you to where you can find a link to the live document where we've been updating those since we've been getting additional requests as the day has gone by. But if you can move to the agenda slide, Miranda, thank you. So what we are doing today is updating you on where we are, so the timeline and the proposed budget, and then, as I mentioned, going through the questions that you've asked, and then turning it over to the board for discussion and vote with input from the public. So just to recap on the timeline, next slide. You are at May 26th now. You can see that the boxes on the timeline are dwindling, and so assuming that we achieve a budget today, that we would bring that to the City Council on June 1st, where they're scheduled to receive the budget and then hold a public hearing and a first read. And then that would be followed by hopefully a vote to approve the budget on June 15th. And then that would go to the voters on July 14th. So, and you can see there's a very happy exclamation point at the end of that has been added to symbolize the fact that we're getting close. So this has been a tremendous amount of work. Just to recap where we are, the budget that is in front of you today is the same budget that was here for first read a week ago. And so this budget is for $119.9 million. That represents just over a 2% increase in revenue and expenditures. And as you know by now, it also requires no increase in the school portion of the tax rate. And then below that, just for your reference, is what the budget was last year, what type of an increase that represented, and also what the tax rate increase was last year. So just where we stand today, this is the budget that was approved by the Finance Committee and then was endorsed by the Finance Committee of the City Council. So it's a tax rate increase, as I mentioned, of 0%. And so the gap between what was originally in the budget and what that 0% tax increase represented is $472,000. And so we're going to talk a little bit about where we are in getting to that 472,000. So what the Finance Committee approved at their last meeting was a reduction in contractual in central office lines of $100,000, and that would be a portion of how we close that 472,000. And then they settled on a reduction in the COLA rates that are projected for our different employee groups this year, both the non-negotiated ones and the ones that are currently negotiated. And then as a fallback, if those don't come to fruition, a reduction by the balance in our co-curricular budget. So that's where we stand today. Just to remind you, so that's $472,000 offset allows us to retain our Title I investments in our high poverty schools. And so that was the subject of the discussion with the Finance Committee on 5/18 when they, on 5/20 when they agreed to move forward with those decreases in the COLA and in academics. We presented that budget, as I mentioned earlier, to the City Council Finance Committee on Thursday of last week, and it was unanimously endorsed by the city's finance committee. So that's what we're operating under. They did obviously say that they wanted it to come to the full board and to the full council, and that they were doing it assuming that we had a 0% tax rate. And so just to recap what is in this budget, you've seen these slides and they've shifted a little bit over time, but this is where we stand today. So the reductions that are currently included in this budget are the ones that you see there. So the elimination of our 4th and 5th grade Spanish program, and that's 4 teachers combined between our schools that those positions would be eliminated to go on with the program. We also are reducing high school staffing by a total of 3 teachers, and then we have a number of central office and operation reductions, and so those are all visible there in the custodian position, the contingencies and COLAs. Then we also, and this was in the very first iteration of the budget, a 3% reduction in supplies, a 6% reduction in our athletics and co-curriculars. So that's separate from what could potentially be additional reductions. So those, this is already baked into the budget as it currently stands. And right now, as I mentioned earlier, we are showing the COLA reduction. So the budget that is published, that is in the board agenda and the board docs today, shows a reduction of cost of living adjustments. But as you know, those are not things that can be unilaterally imposed. Therefore, those reductions still have to be negotiated. So what's also in is our investments, which I want to spend a couple minutes walking through. The pre-kindergarten expansion. So this is, continuing our work that we started last year to scale up pre-kindergarten for 4-year-olds in the district. I do want to remind you that this is largely offset with state funding. So, to reduce this would mean that we would not do it, obviously, but it also means that our budget would drop by this amount. It could not be used to offset some other thing as we enter the discussion phase of the budget. We also have $125,000 currently in the budget to deepen our core instruction work. So that's to support our elementary implementation of illustrative math and our literacy work, particularly in the area of phonics. We have in the budget the extension of our continuum for services for students with autism, students with ASD. And so this is, 2 ed techs, 1 teacher, and 2 ed techs and 1 teacher at the high school level, and then 3 additional ed techs at the elementary level. And so that's a total cost of $293,000. We made some adjustments to our nursing staffing for next year. So this represents 0.8 increase in our nurse staffing. And as I mentioned earlier, we are able to preserve our title investments in our high poverty schools. And the way that that's represented in the budget is by shifting our math coaches who are currently funded under Title I, shifting those positions into the general fund budget, and then allowing us to retain the services that we currently have in our highest priority schools, which obviously include those science coaches. So just wanna, this is new since our meeting last week for those who did not attend the Finance Committee meetings last week. So we did receive on Tuesday of last week the allocation from the Department of Education for our CARES funding, which is the COVID support that school districts have access to. And so there's good news there. This is 1.9 million. If you recall in some of our previous conversations, we have ranged from 1.5 to 1.9. So that's what we actually have been allocated at the high end of our range. And also the Department of Education has taken a position that is favorable to public schools in terms of regulations for sharing that revenue with private schools. And so we expect that we will be able to keep and use the bulk of that 1.9 million. As you probably recall, this is not new. We currently have about $1.3 million worth of custodial salaries that are included in the budget that is in front of you, that is paid for out of the CARES funding. And so that leaves us a much healthier reserve than what we had been previously talking about, but still very important for us to be able to preserve that. We're going to talk a little bit about that in the next couple of slides. So just to remind you of some of the things that we need to plan for, and why having flexibility and the contingency fund are extremely important to us as we face this next year. We expect to have large outlays of resources for all of those things that you see there. So for PPE, for depending on what our configuration is, more PPE, less remote learning, but depending on what it is, those are the kinds of things that we will need to be able to purchase and provide. So those things are all very important to us. We also need to be cognizant of the fact that we could face curtailments from the state at some point during the school year. And so having some flexibility in that contingency fund will be incredibly important under all of those situations. Some of the ways that we hope to fund that, obviously we just talked about the CARE reserve, which has, we expect about $650,000. But in addition to that, depending on what the situation is, we would be able to make reductions that could then be redirected to support some of those needs. So things like, if we don't have a fall sports season, potentially being able to reallocate those resources to support some of the things that are on that list. Same way with transportation, if we're not transporting students and things along those lines. And, obviously the possibility always exists that there will be additional federal stimulus. And so, as that becomes available, then we might have the possibility of being able to support some of those things, or some of the things on the next slide, which is just to remind you of some of the things that are very much envisioned as needs for this coming year that we don't currently have in the budget, but that as those opportunities to reallocate resources occur, we could potentially use to support some of these, and recognize these from most of them from our original budget presentation or discussions that we've had over the course of the year about what are some of the key priorities for us as a school district as we think about mitigating the achievement gap. And so things like program for our secondary students who have limited or interrupted formal education, our supports for our duly identified students who are English language learners and also students with disabilities, both being able to reach those two populations are populations that we've had a very tough time being able to connect with consistently through remote learning. Additional resources to support collaboration between our ELL, our regular classroom teachers to support their English language learners, to lower special education caseloads. We had, as you know, some reductions to our curriculum scale-up plans, so those would be things that we would prioritize, as well as, if possible, our website, which is inadequate for communicating with the public, and you know, it was already on our list, and it's obviously more so during these challenging times. And so just to end this portion of it, just to talk about some of the risks and mitigation possibilities, because I think it's important to remind everyone that we are, you know, today dealing with the FY21 budget, but we also need to position ourselves for the FY22 budget. And so that budget right now is projected to be at 126 million. So that's roughly a $6 million increase over the budget that you are being asked to approve today. And so there's a number of reasons for that. Obviously, just the standard escalation of salaries and benefits, as well as all the debt service that is coming online for next year. And as I mentioned earlier, we have $1.3 million worth of salaries that are this year we're paying for out of the CARES grant, and that would need to return to the general fund next year. And also, you know, just to remind you of this, our current estimate of what our EPS funding will look like going forward is that it will continue to decrease. And so we are projecting a $2.5 to a $3 million loss. And again, that was our, you know, projection prior to the pandemic, and it built off of an assumption that the state would continue to increase the percentage of education funding that they are taking on, which they've done for the last 2 years. But I'm not sure that we can count on that in the current economic forecast. And then just some of the possibilities for mitigation. Obviously, I've said this before and I'll say it again, for us to retain flexibility, so to preserve our CARES funding, the $650,000 that I mentioned earlier, and then to just have the flexibility to make reductions as we move along on things that are not doable because of the context in which we're operating this coming year. And, you know, obviously, it'll be the trick for us will be mitigating the future forecast with the current needs, and, you know, all that list that you just saw of things that we know that we need to do that would potentially also be funded with some of those, you know, whether it was stimulus funding or savings from not being able to do other things that are currently in the budget. And then just to remind you that we made a commitment to looking at some major structural changes going forward, including our elementary reconfiguration, which we pulled back from this year because of the oncoming pandemic in March, but is fundamentally something that we need to revisit, as well as for those who have been following our conversations in the Finance Committee, some of the possibilities around the middle school model, as well as coming up with a more consistent and predictable high school staffing formula. And so that is that's it in terms of where we are today, and just wanted to spend a few minutes doing that with you. So I'll pause and see if there's any questions on that before we move into the details around the questions that you've asked.
So do we have any questions? We'll go to Ms. Figdor.
I know that in an early iteration of the budget, we had as a priority investment. So this is something not currently in the budget, but that we would look to do with additional resources. We had pre-K transportation and before and after care. As a result of research done in Portland that showed the numerous barriers to families participating in high quality pre-K programs and the need to address those barriers. So I'm wondering if, I realize this is a prioritization and that there are a lot of priorities, but I do think that pre-K transportation and before and after care, though challenging before the pandemic and even more challenging in the fall and in 2021, I still think that they belong on this list. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts on that are, Superintendent.
I will, I'll let Maria jump in if she would like to, but it's on the list, but it's not in the, we prioritized about $1 million worth of things that we, and if you recall, it was $1.5 million because it also included Title I, which is now in the budget. So there are, as you said, many other things that are priorities that we will need to phase in over time, but it's not on our list for next year.
I would just add that, I think some of the transportation was contingent on or connected to reconfiguration. So I would, defer to you, Superintendent, to speak more on that point. But then also, for the families that have signed up for this year, we had communicated that before and after care and transportation were not guaranteed. And it's looking like we're on track to being able to fill the seats. Now, we have not fully filled the seats that are held for families from low income backgrounds, but that's always the case. We never fill those at this point in the year in terms of what families are capable of doing for planning forward. So I think we're feeling like we could probably get one more round of the additional 2 classrooms if we're able to find 2 new classrooms, because recall that that is also contingent upon the community partners. And that, but that by next year, I suspect we'll be looking at really needing to add in those supports if we wanted to get access to the rest of the community that can't otherwise access it for the reasons that came out of that research.
Yeah, and just, I understand the practicalities of it, but just noting that, we know that families can't participate because of the limitations of what we're able to offer. And when we last year expanded our pre-K program, we made a commitment in that policy that we passed to provide transportation and before and after care. So I know we're trying to get there, but I want to reiterate that commitment and think that commitment should be reflected in this budget, even if it's at the end of a list of critical priorities.
Thank you, Ms. Figdor. We'll go to Ms. Bondo.
Thank you, Chair. I have a clarification question on the pre-K. If I understood from the last report of the superintendent, then we don't have any space right now to confirm the pre-K. So we have the funding been holding there, and we just don't know if we're gonna have a pre-K for next year because of the space. So do we have a plan B, or because I know we lost the 2 partners? The reason that we choose the option 2 on the pre-K model is because we were able to work with our partners to try to make a community-driven project. So now they're out of the picture. So what's going to happen? Can you be confident that we're gonna get a space to be able to implement that program on the second year on the pre-K program for those 2 classes? Then we have to add.
Ms. Nally?
Yep, I'm happy to jump in. One just thing I want to make sure is clear, we shifted the partnership with the Opportunity Alliance, so we're no longer formally partnering around a public pre-K classroom. However, I do want to be clear that we're continuing to partner with them in terms of looking at the needs of the community and trying to be collaborative around that.
Okay.
We found a replacement for that classroom with Catherine DeMoral, so that we are working with another community partner to fill that gap that happened as a result of the shift in the partnership with the Opportunity Alliance. And then to our director of pre-K is in active conversations, being supported by Starting Strong, who's trying to help coordinate and find opportunities for us in terms of achieving a public pre-K partnership with other community-based sites. So there are several that are in active conversation. None of them have landed in terms of being an absolute given for the coming fall. As you can imagine, there's complexities with the community partners right now as well, given the pandemic and the impact on them. So I'm hoping within the next week or 2 to have more of a definitive answer in terms of whether or not we'll be able to open 0, 1, or 2 of those community-based pre-K partnership classrooms for the fall. But know that that's still our intention and plan and hope. But there's a lot of complexity around the planning for the community partners, and so it's not settled yet. But you are correct that right now we do not have space in our elementary buildings. But you also made the point, which is exactly right, that not only space drives our desire to do community partnerships, it's also the model itself that we think is really smart and good for the community.
Okay, just to want to make sure, if we don't get any space because everything is unknown, so what's the funding will be allocated for something else who's going to just to be hold for the pre-K?
Well, I think we only get the revenue if we have the students, and so it would be essentially a wash. That would be the simplest way, and Superintendent, you can elaborate on that, or Miranda, if you'd like.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mentioned that earlier, that we receive additional EPS funding from the state for those students. So if you don't have the program, then that would be subtracted from our EPS.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mondo. Are there any other questions? If not, then I guess we can get on to the next part of the presentation.
Yep, thank you. So I'm going to have Miranda pull it up so that everybody can see it at the same time. And this is linked in the board docs under the executive content as a live link, and then it's also PDF'd in the latest version. It's PDF'd and included in the public content. So anybody in the public that would like to see what questions were posed and what the answers are at this point can do that. And then, obviously, this document has been evolving over the course of the last few days. So I cannot guarantee you that the very last, version that you're looking at now is the one that's PDF, but I PDF'd it and attached it like an hour before the meeting. So I'm going to start, and this is organized by board member based on who asked the questions. So Ms. Figdor's questions are first because she was at the Finance Committee meeting and asked them. So she asked that we share with the board letters that were sent to the collective bargaining units on the COLA negotiations, and so those are all linked in that document, and they're also PDF'd on the executive content in the in board docs if you would like to see those. All the letters are essentially the same. They claim we use a state statute and so that's basically, and we are in the process of scheduling those meetings. Our HR team is working with the different collective bargaining units. I know several meetings, or at least one meeting is scheduled for this week, and the others are in progress. Ms. Figdor also asked us to share the discipline data by school and demographics, and so we did, and that is also PDF'd and attached to board docs, so the public has access to this information as well. And this is information that we've shared before, so but you have a link to that there. Ms. Figdor also asked us to report on the participation in those areas where we had slated for reductions of co-curriculars, and asked for information about the participation in those activities in the past few years. So we went back and did that for the past 3 years. So I think in general, what I hope you see from that is that, and these were collaboratively done with the athletic directors and principals at the at both DHS and PHS. And so you'll see that for the most part, these are activities that were, that had very few students enrolled in the time, and that's why they were selected, or they were decreasing in the number of participants. So we also did an analysis that compares the stipend and supply allocations to DHS and PHS so that you would get a truer look at the per pupil costs in that. And I think some of and Aaron, feel free to jump in if I mess this up, which I likely will. But I think in general, what you see is that the funding generally has followed the students. So the school that had the most students at a given point had the largest allocation of funding for their co-curriculars. Probably not proportionately so, but it did provide, follow the students, and you can see that the per pupil costs are also generally aligned with the student enrollment. So the schools that have the largest enrollment at the time have the largest have the smallest per pupil expenditures, because obviously there's just more students to spread the money around. So those were Ms. Figdor's questions. And I don't know, Chair, if you want to pause and take questions on these, or just go through everything in one run.
Yeah, I think I think maybe we can just, if board members have questions, go ahead and use the raise your hand feature, and we'll answer them as they come. Unless you think it's better to wait. All right, so if anyone has any questions, we'll take a quick pause here. Right, go to Mr. Burke.
Thank you. Superintendent, I was just reviewing, sorry, I'm trying to scroll up on my screen. Up above, looking at some of the data related to the reductions and co-curriculars and the participation rates. And we've received quite a few notes related to anatomy of leadership. And I see a decline, but the total participant number is not less than some sports and such that we're not reducing, per my understanding. So could you speak to why we are looking at a reduction to both of the coordinator and mentor for Anatomy of Leadership? And also, can you clarify if we receive funds from corporate partners to support this program? Thank you.
I believe we did answer that question, Mr. Burke, because you had posed it separately. So I do think that we have an answer to that question somewhere in this document. Aaron, do you know where that is? Is that?
Yep, that is trying to identify the page number here. Yeah, it's not paginated. Yeah, we do speak to that later. I'm happy to speak. Oh, it's on at the bottom of page 5 of the document.
There we go. Yeah. So, if you look at the bottom of page 5, it says this program is one that both Deering and Portland can reduce as the number of students impacted is small and the costs are significant. And there are other leadership development opportunities for students through student government, civil rights clubs, and other co-curriculars. The Anatomy of Leadership program serves only 10th grade students, 28, as you saw in this past year. The total cost of the program for stipends, sub-costs, programmatic costs, and food and supplies is $16,614, and the program takes students and teachers out of school for up to 7 school days. The program was originally slated as a gifted and talented program, so only for identified GT students, and it has come to include a broader demographic in recent years, but it's still not fully reflective of the Portland Public Schools student body. And I don't know the answer. That's a new question, so I don't know if they receive any community funding. I don't know, Aaron, if you know, or if you can quickly text any of the.
Yeah, I can get the specifics. I do know that there have been some commitments from WEX, but they're not to the degree at this point or historically in past years where they cover the full cost of the program. It's just been a small portion.
Okay, thank you. And the reduction of those two, the coordinator and the mentor, does that essentially bring the program to a halt, or what is the impact?
It does, yeah. It's been a discussion of it kind of being furloughed at this moment for, given the reductions and given the other leadership opportunities and a chance to either pursue further corporate involvement and integration into the other leadership development activities.
Thank you.
We'll go to Ms. Bondo.
Yes, thank you. I have a clarification. I think that's one of the answers then from the question that I asked last week. If I can have a clarification on the per pupil, the number that I see below 438 for DHHS and 531, what that one represent? I just want to know what those numbers are representing.
That's the per pupil expenditure for co-curriculars at each of those schools. And you can see that, over time from FY17, which is that first line 438, to what we're projecting for next year, both before the cuts and after the cuts.
Okay, so those costs is the same across all co-activities, or it just depend on the specific activities then?
Yes, this is, Aaron helped me, but it's in essence the total cost of, and for this purpose, just so that we could equalize it, we only used the stipend and supplies budgets. We didn't include any of those city charges, facility rentals, upkeep and things along those lines. So just those things divided by the number of students who participated.
Okay, all right, thank you, I see, thank you.
Is that correct, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, any other questions? All right, if we don't have questions, then Superintendent, you want to keep going?
Yep. And so next we're going to move on to the question that Chair Leviticus posed, which is sort of a detailed look at the impact of the proposed increase in class size for grades first, second, and third grade. And so what you see on the left-hand side of those two tables is what we expect to happen at the current 22 students per grade. And then on the right-hand side, you see how that would be impacted by increasing class size to 25. So the first set of, that first table is the same on both sides because that's enrollment. So that obviously doesn't change with 25 or 22 students. That's just the total projected enrollment. Just to sort of make sure they get grounded in it, what we do is we assume that next year's kindergarten class will be the same as this year's kindergarten class, and then roll all of our kindergartners, first graders, and second graders up to be, first grade, second, and third graders. And so that's how we do it. That's how we've done it for, for a long time. So, and then the second set of boxes are the classrooms that would be required by school in each of those grades if we had the 22 student configuration or if we had the 25 student configuration. And so this is where you can see the changes, right? So if you look at East End, just to start at the very beginning, East End at 22 is projected to have 4 third grade classrooms. Under the 25 student scenario, it would only have 3 classrooms. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the way that so you can see there where the changes occur. So, and we have a slide in the deck that we can come back to when we're discussing so that it summarizes all of this. And then the resulting, so the last set of tables is the resulting class size in each school with the 22 configuration and the 25 configuration. And so you'll see that the only places where that changes obviously is in the places where, they lose a classroom. Otherwise, numbers are the same. Because they have the same enrollment, the same number of classes. So in the case of East End, you can see that it jumps from 18.5 students on average between those 4 classrooms to 24.7 in those 3 classrooms. And so just to sort of put and I know that Ms. Bondo asked this question, we have an answer to it below. But, so in the case of East End, what that means is that in those 3 classes, there would be 2 classes with 25 students and 1 class with 24 students. And so it's not that we would, obviously you can't, this is just the mathematical average. But in reality, the way that that plays itself out is you would have, the 1 classroom with 25 and 2 classrooms with, 2 classrooms with 25, 1 classroom with 24. So that's actually 2.467 if we didn't round it up. So that's the impact of the class size. A couple things that I want to also mention, because since we went and did this exercise, there's some good news that I wanted to share. We used the April 1st enrollment where the previous projections that you had seen, the one that you got back in March was using the October enrollment because we had done that in January, and so we used the formal October enrollment. And then the one that you saw 2 weeks ago in the Finance Committee used the March 1st enrollment. As a result of using the April enrollment, a couple of things happen. One is there's only 5 classrooms that are, or 5 grades in schools that are impacted. So when you saw this previously, there was an additional one at Ocean Avenue. That is no longer the case. So we don't, so there's one less reduction from this. So on the other hand, in the budget that you have in front of you, we're adding 2 elementary classroom positions because of projected enrollment gains. And when we use these numbers, those classrooms no longer require those additions. So in essence, what we're able to do, because the budget process is prolonged this year, is use the updated numbers, and with that, we will have a savings of $130,000 right off the top. So that is, you know, from the budget that you're currently looking at, it has a savings of $130,000 by not adding those 2 classroom positions. One was at Rowe, and the other one was at Presumpscott, I believe. Miranda, do I have that right?
Right, Kate and Presumpscott. The Rowe one, there was a Rowe add, and that one is still merited. And a Riverton reduction, which is also still merited, so it nets to 0, and the Reiki and Presumpscott were no longer needed.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Can I ask a question about that? And I know that it wasn't part of what was requested, but if we did that same exercise at a 23 and a 24 student cap, were there any savings realized?
Yes, we have an answer to that question also, because Ms. Morioni did ask that question. So if you,
right, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, if
you want to wait to get, you want to wait till you get to it, or is it worth?
We could probably do it now. I don't remember what the outcome is off the top
I can answer if you want.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
So if you look at the, you know, the table that is on the screen right now, the average class size, anything that's over an average of 24, so that East End 24.7, if we reduced the cap to 24, we wouldn't save that anymore. Same thing with then the next step down. If we reduce the cap to 23, that Longfellow class size average of 23.5, we wouldn't save that anymore. That makes sense? So you can kind of glean that from.
I can see, yeah, that's pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
All right, do we have any other questions? Excuse me. If we don't have questions, then go ahead. You want to keep going then to the next section?
Yep. So next, Mr. Burke asked the question about potential sort of additional reductions from a long list of lines that we had previously highlighted. I believe, I can't remember who asked for that at a, you know, during a previous meeting. So basically, I can't come up with specific line item reductions out of that, out of those. You know, there are hundreds of specific line items. We've shared those hundreds of line items with, you know, all of the board, with the finance committee. It's been posted. So, you know, there are, you know, a large number of areas where you could potentially, you know, look at and say, like, what's this and what's that? And I just asked, you know, and I know that Mr. Balfont's asked some specific questions, which we are prepared to answer when we get to that. But otherwise, I don't really have a specific set of areas that I would offer to reduce. If I did, we would have, you know, we would have had those in the budget originally. So these are all, they've all gone through our vetting process, and they're currently in our proposed budget. So then Mr. Burke also asked to identify where the $250,000 worth of reductions that are in the current budget that came out of those lines, what those reductions are. And so you see those detailed underneath that list, $100,000 in academic and central office contracts, which was added back in mid-May, and the rest are reductions, $10,000 reductions in transportation contractual services, $25,000 out of my office contractual services, $25,000 out of the board's contingency line, and then $30,000 in a negotiated student tuition reduction with Long Island. So that accounts for the $250,000 in reductions to those lines. And so the next question is reductions that be possible through those lines. And to my earlier point, I really can't do that, but we did include an analysis of those lines over time so that you would be able to look at that and see where the changes have been. So we go back from 2019 through the FY21 proposed, and you can see what the change is in each of those lines. So I don't know, can you click through to that, Ms. Vasila? So this is the analysis where you basically can see that there is an increase in employee training and development for about $90,000 over last year's budget, and an increase of $67,000 in phone services over last year, and then $32,000 in $32,000 for phone services and $67,000 in student transportation. So the student transportation increase is largely as a result of an increase in our metro projected costs and an increase in our contract with the crossing guards company. So that accounts for that 67,000. And phone is new phone contracts. So it's, in essence, just increase in utilities. So that's, and the other line items are all actually, lower than they were the previous year. Back to the main document, the actual analysis of how many students participated in high school athletics versus co-curriculars. So you can see those numbers in that table. Yes.
Ms. Thompson has her hand raised. I don't know if we should see what the question is.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead, Sarah.
Can we go backwards a little bit? Back up a little bit on the slides that are here. Under contracted services. I think a little bit more. Okay. Be coming down.
Was it on the analysis sheet?
I believe there was a like a year-over-year look at it, and it said it was a minus 3.6%
Yeah, so that's the analysis.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my question is purchase professional and technical service, Javier, is that all outside services that we hire to help us, say, with curriculum or with various initiatives? Is that where that line item is?
Yeah, overall, that's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. And
So I mean, that includes things like our contracts for Learning Works and for for the JMG program, things along those lines.
okay. The reason why I asked that, we've received a lot of emails from people saying, that we seem to hire more and more outside opposed to looking inward. So I'm just wondering about your response to that, opposed to hiring people from the outside to come in and do services versus looking inward. Do you have a thought about that?
Again, I think, the numbers there are pretty clear, right? That we're actually down from what we allocated last year. So I don't know, I don't know when people think that we started going in this direction. So, I will say that, back in FY19, it was just slightly less than what it is this year. And, last year was a little bit higher than what it is projected for this coming year.
Okay. Because there's also the thought process, and again, I don't know if you have a thought about it, but that, we've hired people that we've hired for services, outside services, and then we hired them onto staff. Is that an accurate depiction, I guess, of outside services, and then we put them on staff? Is there anything to that you can elaborate on?
I don't know.
Okay.
Nothing jumps out at me. I don't know if anybody else has, or if you have a specific example.
Well, I had received some emails about curriculum, in the area of curriculum, that we're paying somebody for outside services, then we hired them onto staff the next year, and that we've had some of that practice going on. So I just didn't know whether or not you could shed some light on that.
Is that I don't know, is that Jesse Robinson? That's the only, is where I think Jesse was a contractor for a couple of years, helping us with middle school math implementation. And then she applied for and was selected to be curriculum director for the district. So that's the only example that sort of jumps out to me. I don't know, Malia, if there's others.
That's what I think, that's the one I can think of. And then we actually turned that into a teacher leader position, that math coach position. I can say that we had somebody with a literacy contract, which has been reduced over the past several years. We had more contracts around proficiency-based planning, which we've been reducing. We've actually added more teacher leadership formally. So in the form of Brooke Teller working on the STEM work, Fiona Hopper working on studies and social studies. And that's been a pivot also with the ELL team, focusing more of our resources on teacher stipends. So we, from a kind of theory of action or strategy perspective, have actually been actively trying to build toward creating more teacher leadership in terms of the district-wide curriculum work. So I'd say it's like it's a work in progress, but that's the intention. And there's definitely examples of that shifting on the academic team in terms of who sits around that table. It's I think about half teachers now, which was not the case before. And like I said, we've been trying to wean off some of these other contracts as we build up capacity internally.
Okay, but not in exchange for, so we're not paying out a contract and then bringing them in-house and paying the same, or they're more so people that are already employed with us and we're giving them additional duties or stipends to do that duty? Is that what I'm hearing you say, Malia?
I think so, although I'm not sure I totally understood you, Sarah. Say that one more, just I don't want to miss on what you said.
So the people that we were hiring for contracted services,
yeah,
they were not, some of them not employees prior, and then we brought them in to be employees.
I think the one example, yes, is Jessie Robinson, who's our director of curriculum, and but we did not bring her in. She, on her own, applied for a position with the district and went through our typical hiring process.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We'll go to Ms. Morioni.
Thank you. So I just had a question with regards to on this same page here about the employee training and services increasing by 20%. Can you just talk about that increase?
So Miranda, do you want to take that? I looked at that.
Well, there's a note down here, which you can see up here, but the increases are, the biggest increase is related to the curriculum scale up. So approximately 45 of that increase is for that investment. And then there were other increases in multilingual, special ed, and then at schools, Riverton, King, and Moore. Now those schools, I don't know exactly what's driving that, but that's reallocations within their kind of per pupil allocation that they get yearly. So they may have moved some money from supplies to do some sort of professional development activity. I don't know exactly line by line detail on that at this point in time, but that's what constitutes that increase that you're seeing. It's a combination of all those things.
Okay, my another question on that was previously in other finance meetings talked about field maintenance and how there was a really big increase from the city. And on this graph, it shows 0%. So just wanted to double back on and find out a little bit more about that. Is that because, I'll stop there.
Yeah, the big increase happened years prior to this. I don't remember what year exactly it was, but I think in part, the reason that it probably, and this is I have to say is just a guess, but I think maybe I had a conversation with facilities department on this. But, they don't increase it for years and years and years. And so then all of a sudden they make a large adjustment. And I think that's kind of what happened in one of the years between 2010 and 2015 when we were looking at the year-over-year co-curricular and athletics expenditures in a previous board meeting. And so we're not seeing a big increase in these years shown here. There's a $25,000 increase in there between 19 and 20. And we don't have one in there between 20 and 21. And that's just from our conversations with the city in terms of what we expect.
That's good.
So really, I'd like to see a more gradual increase if they're going to increase it than just, a massive bump in a given year. But I think that's what happened in the past.
And then one final question, under staff travel, I know it's going down by 1%, but are we really thinking of much staff travel even in the coming year?
So a lot of this is in-district travel as well. So it's not just people going to conventions. This is people driving their cars to meetings and things along those lines.
And a concrete example is specialists who work across multiple schools. They get reimbursed for that travel that they have to do in order to, work at Reiki and work at Longfellow, something like that.
Okay.
And a big
It
chunk
also
of it is
includes
parking as well.
Yeah, parking.
And sorry.
Yeah.
But that's what represents the increase between 19 and 20 that you're seeing there. It's parking that was previously budgeted in a different line being moved to the staff travel line. So a good chunk of that's parking.
Okay, thanks for the explanation.
Yeah, Mr. Burke has a question.
Hi, thanks. I have several questions, so please bear with me. So starting with the top line of the purchase press professional and technical services, I see here it says that our fiscal year 21 recommendation is 1.44 million, but I had seen in a budget book that it was 1.54 million. Is that difference the $100,000 that you noted from? Okay. And then why are we increasing to 1.44 from 1.38, which was our fiscal year 19 actual? What's driving that increase?
Yeah.
A number of things. I don't actually know the specifics of each of those.
I can answer that if you want, Superintendent.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I just have it in the note. I'm just trying to find the note. I don't know if you guys can, I don't know what part of my screen you can see, if it's, you're seeing the whole screen.
We can see all of it there.
Okay. So it's really the answer I think you're looking for is in that line. So, you know, 30,000 or so again is related in part to the curriculum scale up. So some of those costs live in contractual, some in employee training, others in supplies. So part of that is academics. There's 25,000 for a new point of sale for food service, and crossing guards was up substantially this year as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of increases, decreases, and reallocations, but those were kind of the key areas that we could kind of see what was driving the increase prior to the cuts, if that makes sense.
And that, like the point of sale, that is something that was planned to happen for fiscal year 21? That's what you're saying, or that was part of the increase in last year in fiscal year 20?
I'm sorry, were you asking between 19 and 20, or between 20 and 20?
The best actual information I have fiscal year 19, so I'm comparing that against our fiscal year 21 recommendations. So, and then you were noting the $25,000 for a point of sale system. So that's part of the increase and part of the recommendation in fiscal year 21. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In our employee training and development, we've increased almost $90,000 from fiscal year 20 to 21. Just looking for a little more detail around that.
$42,000 in academics, $11,000 in multilingual, $7,700 in special ed, and then as Ms. Wasula mentioned, increases at Riverton, King, and more, where they probably reallocated some of their per pupil allocation to some kind of professional development training.
Okay, and what's the 42K in academics?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to come off mute here. The 42K in academics is related to the curriculum scale up. And so illustrative math, phonics, and also some pre-K in terms of assessment, teaching strategies, goal, class, things like that. And so we, took the 40K cut from the original proposal and then the additional 100,000 cut. So some of those things will be reduced from those cuts, but that's where that core instruction work and the curriculum scale up is what's driving that. Because as I've said, our whole theory of action is not to just sort of place materials into people's laps, but to really emphasize and prioritize wraparound support in the professional development.
Okay. And moving on to repair and maintenance, our recommended for fiscal year 21 is 100K more than our fiscal year 19 actual.
I think that was an increase in that amount almost entirely goes to the city for our HVAC, contract. And so that was an increase in that.
That's a negotiated contract?
No, it's a bill.
It's just the bill? So you said that was for the HVAC, but there's a separate line for HVAC.
Oh, I'm sorry. Which one were you asking?
Repair and maintenance.
Repair and maintenance.
Which is the line above that, 4,300.
I don't have notes on repair and maintenance. Do you know what that is? That increases, Miranda, from FY19 to FY20?
I do not. I didn't zone in on that as a particularly substantial increase given the size of the budget and the work that they do to repair our buildings and the costs associated with that, and just, the increases the general cost of those things. So I didn't look at that to a line item level of detail. And it didn't increase much in FY21 over FY20 either. So I just didn't spend a lot of time on that line.
Okay. Why do we contract for a phone system that's $50,000 more? In retrospect,
You should have seen our phones. They were obsolete. The system was no longer, we could not replace our phones. So last year, we purchased a new phone system.
Okay. For the staff travel in fiscal year 19, it was 163,000 actual. We approved 239 and 20, and now we're looking to approve 237. So just curious about that.
So the
difference.
largest, there was $26,000 for the Peaks Casco Bay garage parking and $40,000 for the Elm Street garage for Portland High School. And those are increases, right, Miranda?
They were just budgeted under employee benefits for whatever reason, and so then they showed up in this line. So, you know, that's what happens sometimes when you just like pull out specific lines, is some of these reallocations look like increases, and that was what happened here, is something that was budgeted in a different line. I don't know if we got guidance from the state to change the budgeting category on that, but that is just a change in where we budgeted something.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand. So that involves paying for parking in Casco Bay lines for staff travel? That's for when our staff are going out to those schools, I presume? Okay.
We pay for every employee to park at the Casco Bay garage every day.
Okay. This is an answer that I anticipate I wish I had asked earlier, but with our software, like, is there a lag in how many licenses we have versus the uptake? And again, why are we budgeting almost 100K more than our fiscal year 19 actuals? We don't know. Okay. Different question.
I'm trying to, there's some Munis costs that are in there.
A separate line of $145,000 in the budget book.
Yeah, so Munis is spread over software licenses and contractual. The one thing I'd say about software, there's a huge amount of reallocation that's occurred, and there was a change in leadership in the IT department around this time, and there was an underspending of the line a bit in FY19, so it's been kind of hard to track exactly. Just a lot of changeover in different types of software that we've been using year over year. So you know, that wasn't something that I could come up with a kind of cohesive narrative on in the short time frame. I'm happy to try to connect with you know, our IT leadership and try to give you a more definitive rundown. Perhaps I can send you a detailed budget for all of our software in each of the lines for each year. I think it's going to be hard to compare, as it's going to be very different line items, but there's just been a lot of churn in that particular line.
Yeah, I think that might be worth our time. And again, that gap between how many licenses we're paying for and how many are being used and things of that nature are important. And of course, going into perhaps more remote learning, it's very much a moving target. I think I have 3 more. Is that okay, Chair? Okay.
Yeah.
So again, this wasn't a question that you had ahead of time, but just while we're in here and in these lines, I got a comment about ANET testing, which was, I think it was like $35,000, and it was mixed reviews about what its use was. So just curious if I could hear more about ANET testing.
I can speak to that. It's the Achievement Network, and we just used it at one school, Lincoln Middle School. The line item, just so you know, in the academics contract is one of the ones that we reviewed today and plan to reduce. And some of that, I mean, we're looking at the 140K of reductions in contracts and things that we've got in there. Jesse did make the point that we are trying to see if some of it could potentially be reallocated for unanticipated diagnostics that schools are interested in, to better understand the learning loss that might have occurred during this remote learning period of time. So we're just, so there's an awareness that's, there's a desire to invest differently in terms of some assessment tools based on what schools are feeling will be important coming back in the fall. But that's what that is, and that's our intention there, is to reduce that, and there's no plans for expanding that to other schools this year.
Okay, thank you. TNTP survey, which is like $36,000. I've been after this survey just because I knew it could be better, but now that I see the cost, what do we really get from them as a service for that amount, and why is this not something we could do on our own? I think the surveying is important, but I'm not sure $36,000 is what we need to do to get it done.
So it's a national survey administered to 2,000 schools across the country. We get extensive, detailed reports that are not just, pieces of paper, but actual analysis of, historical data and, benchmarked against national comparisons. So we not only get a perspective on how we're doing, but also it gives us a frame of reference. If we were to do anything internally, one, we would need to add significantly more data capacity than what you see there, and we wouldn't have any of the reference points that we are able to get from the TNTP survey.
Okay, I think I haven't seen the full package, so that's helpful. And I think it's my last one for now. Well, there's a line in one of the breakdowns of our professional and technical services of a $50,000 elementary math coach, and as just called out by themselves, I was curious if that is part of the 6.8 FTEs that are part of the title funded positions and the coaches that we're moving over, and if not, more information about that position, that consultant.
Leah, do you know?
Adam, which one is it?
I don't want to, there's a person's name attached to it, but there's a list of, we're not looking at it right now, but there's another document that is called Professional and Technical Services Breakdown that was shared, I think, last week. And
is it connected to elementary math coaching? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it is.
And it's an outside contract?
It is.
Okay, and what's your question?
Is that outside contract part of the 6.8 FTEs that is part of the title funding that we're moving to inside our budget, or is this an additional math coach?
Tracy?
Yes.
Yeah, that's somebody who's in the academic contracts, not an FTE but getting moved into the budget.
Okay, and then so I need the justification for why we need that in addition, please.
So she does professional development with our coach team. So that work has been fundamental to building the capacity of our coaches to work in the buildings. So she's bringing in an expertise around math pedagogy and content. And so she runs all of our math coach meetings and professional development for that team. I've gotten incredibly positive feedback about how that team has developed in terms of their own knowledge and expertise, and just the culture among them around moving the math work is something that's essential to our equity work. She helps orchestrate and facilitate learning walks across buildings, comes in and gives feedback to coaches so to kind of build up their capacity so that we have them kind of over time, we'd be peeling that off because we would have built our own internal capacity with the coach team. I mean, that's kind of the strategy that we're going for with that.
And so, okay. And so she is not included in the 6.8 FTEs that we talk about with their title funding.
Correct.
Okay. And could that transition be made in the coming year to do that internally?
Are you saying, are we getting rid of that contract in the coming year?
Yes, and if not, could we?
I would not recommend it.
Okay.
I'm happy to gather input from the math coach team. I think that they've been very appreciative of that work and what that's done to build their understanding and their capacity.
Okay. Thank you for enduring my questions. That's all for now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Burke. We'll go to Ms. Bondo next.
I'm sorry, I should lower my hands when Ms. Burke just asked the last question because it was my question as well. So I get the answer for that. The only follow-up is that try just to understand on our math coach, just Maria just explained, the 6.8 FTs then we get from the Title I funds. So those are so I try just to get everything together. So they need some more extra coaching from that contractor from outside, or they are ready to move on their own.
The person Tracy Zager, who's working with them, continues to facilitate that team. They are 100% have built a ton of their own internal capacity. This was not the year we were planning to peel that back yet. We've been doing that foundation building. As you all know, we're not to a full curriculum scale up. It's bigger and broader than curriculum. It's really about pedagogical practice. So that's something we imagine peeling off and peeling back over time, but that was not the plan for this coming year.
So we didn't do any a contract, like how long such a period then she has to work as a contractor for those math coach, or we just don't know until we just discover that we don't need a service anymore, then we can cancel the contract, or when our coaches are ready.
Yeah, I think that it's a conversation that, this has been such new work for the district to do district-wide math instruction, have a district-wide math instructional focus. Mm-hmm. And so we are still really in the kind of building up that foundation, that base. So we have not named yet the date by which we were going to have that fully peeled back. But like I mentioned before, we've done that with most of the contracts in academics this year. So that's always kind of the process we go through. We just aren't there yet this year with that particular contract.
Okay. All right, because everything is related to the math, so I'm trying to understand why she was not on the 6.8, because everything should be including on the side instead to keep it to the contractor outsider. So maybe it's a follow-up question for that. So you just mentioned about the ANIT program. I'll just follow a little bit. And I know when we're investing on something new, do we have any outcomes? Because we want to do it for the FY21. Do we have any outcomes by using the new program, the ANIT program for I think that's for the middle school, right?
It's just for Lincoln. We wouldn't have, I wouldn't expect in year one of implementation of any program or resource that we would see immediate outcomes in terms of student achievement. We don't have those since we didn't take summative assessment results this year anyway. And so that's something that, is a school-based focus and decision. And I would say that after 1 year of implementation of anything, it would be too soon to look at population level change in terms of student achievement outcomes.
All right. Thank you, Nanny. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. I don't see any other questions or any other hands raised on the panelist list. So Javier, if you want to keep going.
Right. Miranda, if you can. Okay, so we were at, I think we're done with Mr. Burke's question. We had already answered the anatomy of leadership question before. So moving then to Ms. Morioni's questions. the overall costs of LISEF Spanish immersion program and how many students. So the approximate cost is $60,000, and we use that amount because when we look at the number of classes that are at LISEF, there's one more class than they would have had if we just like divide the kids up into the 22 or 25 students per class. So that's why we say that it's 60,000. It's roughly the cost of one teacher. And there's about 120 students that are in the LISEF immersion program at this time. And then you also...
I apologize for interrupting you, but I've been getting questions. If Miranda or whomever is showing their screen, can you just expand your document so that it's more visible to people? Thank you.
This document is also linked on the board docs page, so people are able to see that on their own. So the follow-up, or sort of the other side of that question, was how does that compare to the 4th and 5th grade Spanish? And so as I mentioned during the presentation, the reductions in 4th and 5th grade Spanish, that's 4 positions that are involved. So it's, you know, more in the neighborhood of $250,000 that we are saving. That program serves about 900 students, and obviously it's a different level of intensity, and you know the outcomes that you have from being in the immersion program versus having, you know, 4th and 5th grade Spanish a couple times a week is very different. And I do want to point out that we are retaining the Spanish instruction at Ocean Avenue because it's a requirement of International Baccalaureate that there be a world language taught as part of the curriculum. So in order for Ocean Avenue to be able to retain their IB certification, that's a requirement, and so that's been built into their budget going forward. And you also asked if there are other programs that are sort of idiosyncratic to individual schools. So for those who've been a part of the Finance Committee meetings before, you know that we did this analysis of the school models, because those are, you know, obviously unique to schools. Scott King and Casco Bay and elementary, middle, and high school have expeditionary learning, and there are costs associated with that. We just talked about Ocean Avenue, and in addition to the, you know, 0.2 FTE world language, there's other aspects of the program that cost money. Reiki's teacher-led model, Nellie Mae, and the Nellie Mae models at Portland and high school have some features that were implemented as a result of Nellie Mae that we've retained over the years, and so those are also additional costs. And then, of course, all of our title funding that, you know, that we preserved in our schools is largely school specific. So we took out what was common, which was the coaching, and put that into the district budget. And then, you know, we're able to retain sort of the flexibility at each school to be able to use their title funds to support individual school initiatives. And then we had already answered this question when we did the class size, which is what is the impact of using a 23 threshold or a 24 threshold. So you see the answer, you answer there. You also asked if we had thought about doing reducing step increases instead of COLAs, and the reason that we used COLAs, although that's not 100% true, because in the case of our ed tech unit, they don't have a cost of living adjustment, they only have a step increase. But COLAs are otherwise uniform across the board, whereas, you know, steps are not everybody gets a step, and some of our unit steps are every other year, so some people would be affected, other people would not be affected. Non-represented employees don't have steps, period. So that's why we went the route of the cost of living adjustments and making the changes, proposing that we make the changes there as opposed to making the changes to the steps. Any questions on?
Yeah, we have a couple of, there's a couple of hands raised. So we'll go to Mr. Balfons first.
Thank you. Superintendent, you said the approximate cost for the Spanish immersion program is $60,000, and that's because there's an additional class that's required. What grade is that?
I don't know that off the top of my head. Miranda, do you?
I have not looked at that recently enough to know, and it probably used October enrollment as well because it wasn't on the table. We haven't really revisited it since then, but that was back from when we looked at it during the cost-cutting work group activities in the fall.
And I would suspect that it's the 5th grade class because that's the class that was the first year of implementation, and they lost a significant number of kids. And so that class has been thin coming all the way up through the ranks. And I think it's down to like 15 kids now. And so I think that that's probably the class that is tripping that. As a remediation, a couple of years ago, we implemented where, every kindergarten class coming in is actually larger than our standard staffing formula. So we're staffing those kindergarten classes at, we're enrolling those classes at 22 to be able to absorb some, some moves over time, which the first year obviously was particularly difficult, and that's where they lost a number of students in there.
So then, as best you know, just the 5th grade class?
Yeah, that's my guess, but I don't know that for a fact. Just I know that class is maybe like 15 kids, or the other classes are in the 18 to 21 range. So.
Okay, awesome, great, thank you.
And Ms. Morioni has a question too, or her hand raised.
Thank you. Thank you for that information about the Spanish immersion. I was surprised by the 60,000 only being the cost of the program, particularly since, from what I understand, we have teachers that are coming from Maine.
They're paid regular contract rates and all of that.
What you were saying was that we would need to have that same number of teachers, whether they were doing the Spanish or not. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
And thank you. First of all, I just want to say thank you. It's been years since we called it getting in the weeds, and this is getting very much in the weeds. And I just want to say thank you to superintendent and staff for all this, because what it signals to me, honestly, is that something's not quite right. And so I'll get to my comments later, but what I mean is it's a very, very difficult budget year, and there's, I don't know, I just want to say thank you, because again, we're very much in the weeds, and normally we would be looking at more macro levels of when things are either invested or cut, things like that. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marioni. I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. I think you still have a little bit more left on that form, Javier.
Yeah, Mr. Balfons asked for an explanation of a number of costs. So Great Schools Partnership, the HR convention, LinkedIn Learning, and foster grandparents. So we're ready to get into the weeds on those. So for Great Schools Partnership, Malia, can you talk to that one?
Yeah, sure. So this, I think the district had contracts with Great Schools Partnerships prior to my time. When I came in, we were working with them on the proficiency-based learning work. And that particular contract has evolved since then, and it's kind of narrowed its focus. So we have a Great Schools Partnership coach who works with both Deering and Portland High School, and then does a little bit of district-wide work, but we've really scaled that piece of the work back. And she has specific goals that are set in collaboration with the school related to their core instructional work. And in both cases, I think there's an emphasis on curriculum and assessment alignment and coherence with the standards, and looking at, what's consistent in term across the curriculum at the high schools. And then she's also really focused on supporting the schools and building up professional learning groups, especially that's been a particular focus at Deering High. They've had a priority focus on, they call them PLGs, I believe. And so she's done a ton of the training and support around that, where teachers are sharing assessments, looking at student work together, things like that. So that's what that particular body of work has been. I think based on conversation or just initial feedback with Portland High School, the plan is likely to reduce some of that contract this year, just given how many years into that work that they're at right now. But we haven't yet talked about a reduction to that particular contract with Deering.
Barb, do you want to talk about the HR convention?
Sure. So the Maine HR conference is a regional 4-day event that's sponsored by an organization called Strategic HR. So every year, roughly 1,000 people, HR practitioners from across New England, come to this conference. It's a really long-standing, well-developed, this was their 25th annual conference this year. So in the past, the assistant director and I have both attended some days of this event, and I've made it a practice to invite one or more of my junior staff to attend as well for a day or two. Because my folks rarely, if ever, use our course reimbursement benefit, mainly, I think this is a more appropriate way to provide PD and networking opportunities for people on my team. So as I've hired folks over the last 18 months, I've focused on people who have HR experience and professional aspirations to grow and learn in the field. And when I built the budget back in January, we were still experiencing a very tight labor market. And I felt like offering this type of professional development, this kind of opportunity for my team, was also part of a department retention strategy to allow more people to try to get there for a day or two next year.
So LinkedIn Learning is an online service that provides video-based training in software and business skills that our IT team uses for their professional development. They have been doing this since 2019. It is heavily used by the IT staff, and it is, significantly more affordable than for staff to take individual classes. So, for example, our data manager, Jamie Kearney, has been using it to take courses on database administration and on Tableau. So these are, things that if you went and took an individualized course, either at a university or through a professional development provider, you would spend significantly more than what you currently spend through LinkedIn, and it's really helped our team there to develop their skills in security, cybersecurity, troubleshooting, Mac OS devices, network management, server maintenance, and G Suite applications, so the Google Suite applications. So it's heavily used. It's something that we actually have been talking about doing, sort of making that available more broadly with additional licenses for teachers in the district. So we actually think it's, it's very affordable. Just to give you an idea, to take the CompTI Security Plus course would have cost $500 per person. So, that's something that the entire team has gone through and would have probably just by itself been the equivalent of what we spend on LinkedIn Learning. And then the last one is foster grandparents. For those who have been on the board for a couple of years, you will recall that we went through this potential of reducing that, and it was something that the board actually stepped in to fund for 1 year out of board contingency, and subsequently we returned it to the general fund budget. Foster grandparents are AmeriCorps service members who work in our elementary schools, supporting our students with reading instruction. They tend to be people from the community that are hired through the Opportunity Alliance, and this is actually a contract with the Opportunity Alliance to provide the foster grandparents. Again, this is to the flexibility point that I've made a number of times over the past few meetings. That would be one area, for example, next year, that it's quite possible that there would not be any foster grandparents if we were in a social distancing scenario and things along those lines. So, but that would be something that could then be reallocated for some of those other priorities. But that's foster grandparents. Any follow-up questions on that, Mr. Balfons, or anyone else?
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So then on to the last set of questions Ms. Bondo asked today. And so I think we've answered most of those. So the classroom size, I think we did answer that. Just to give the example of East End, it's 25, 25, 24. And then you asked if we have rollover from contingency funds, and we expect that we will. We do every other year, and we've not, sort of tapped into them at this point. And so that money is, whatever is left over in our aggregate budget. So that contributes to our unallocated fund balance, which, we tap into. This budget that is in front of you has, I think, $700,000, I think, is coming from unallocated fund balance. So, think of it as any money that's left over at the end of the year goes into unallocated fund balance. We are only allowed to have 3.5% of our overall budget in unallocated fund balance, and every year we do budget a certain amount. Is that how much we have, Miranda? It's 700 or 650, I don't remember.
775, I want to say, along those lines.
And then you asked some of what we just covered, but also asked what was in the budget for board contractual, which is 23,000, and in my office line, and that's 48,000. So the total between those four lines is 157,000. And then the crossing guard expense explanation, we have a contract with a firm that hires and manages our crossing guards, and so that is the cost associated with crossing guards.
All right, thank you.
All right. I don't see any hands raised. Assuming no one has any other questions right now. All right. What are you moving on to next, Superintendent?
You guys discussing and eventually voting on the budget.
All right. So you're done with what you were going to present.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oops. All right. So let's see where we are. All right. So those were all the questions that board members had submitted. We did get pretty deep into the weeds, pretty detailed information there at one point. What do we have any comments or anything else that anyone wants to jump in and guide us through? As it is right now, if we don't, what we're looking at right now is to approve the budget as is. So if unless someone has unless someone wants to make a change to what's currently in the budget, now would be the time to do it. Now we'll go to Ms. Morioni.
Yeah, thank you. So as I mentioned before, it's a very difficult budget, very difficult choices to make. I think my concern right now, and I want to hear about for the superintendent, I saw the letters that you did send to the unions to begin discussions, and you said that in the letter it said there'd be 10 days per, it's I guess under law that they need to respond within 10 days. And you mentioned that we do have one of our unions that has already responded. And I guess my concern for me personally for voting tonight on this budget is there's still just an unanswered question regarding the COLAs, because we, without knowing whether or not our union staff would be willing to have at least a portion, not even fully the 2.5%, but just even a portion, as our finance director showed us at our last meeting, options there. Without knowing that and seeing that it's kind of, if they aren't willing or able to come to the table to discuss that, then it would be a cut and co-curriculars. I can't vote on this because I don't really have that full information. So I know we're at a very short amount of time to make a decision, but I personally wouldn't feel comfortable voting tonight without a clearer answer on that end. And as I've mentioned in our previous meeting, I feel like all, including even board giving more contingency, all need to have, quote, skin in the game. And I did look up what skin in the game means, and apparently it's derived from derby races with horses, and having the horse in the game, having the horse in the race. That's where skin in the game comes from, but I didn't want to make sure it was culturally sensitive. Bottom line is, I can't in good faith start cutting, looking at, again, when we're looking at Portland Promise and looking at equity. And I wrote down things that go against equity in this budget, in my opinion. And that includes, again, having our non-union members take a COLA, to not get their COLA increase, but then the rest of the staff potentially get a COLA as well as a step. To have even I know it's not right now on the budget, but to have some of our elementary school classes have a class size increase potentially, and some not. That goes against equity in my mind. Having even some of our programs still being sustained where it's only having 100 or more students that are benefiting, whereas we have our Spanish potentially, being cut from 4th and 5th grade with 900 students being affected, flies in the face of equity. When we look at academics, I don't like the idea of cutting back on our math program, even though I had said in the past that we should just put a halt and a hold on all new programs. I do feel like there is momentum and an importance of having district-wide curriculum, and I understand the importance of Ms. Nally's work and staff on getting just more district-wide programs. I think that's critical for our academic achievement. I guess the bottom line is I'm not prepared to vote tonight without a little bit more information, and I know we would have to have hold a special meeting, and I'm hopeful that maybe even by Friday, by the end of the month, we could still request having a special meeting for a vote once we hear more from our union partners. That's kind of where I am. For me, whole person, looking at whole student, co-curriculars is essential. So yeah, that's where I am tonight. But thank you for all your hard work, Superintendent and the staff.
Thank you, Ms. Morioni. We'll go to Ms. Victor next.
I agree that this is an impossible budget, and so I am going to propose an amendment that would take out the existing COLA reductions and the ones that we were aiming to make, and would be offset by the recognition that we need 2 fewer elementary school classes next year, so $130,000 in savings. And the remaining amount, which is just under $400,000, that we would have Portland homeowners cover that cost. So there would be a small increase in the tax rate under 0.5%. It would be less than $15 per household for the average Portland household. But then rather than asking our staff who are facing unprecedented working conditions right now, figuring out how to completely remake the way that they provide education to our students, rather than asking them alone to shoulder the burden of the increased cost of educating our kids, we would ask all Portland taxpayers to do it. It's a very small additional cost. Again, it would be under $15 per household. But I think this is the right thing to do. I don't think that we should ask our staff alone to shoulder the increased cost of education. I think we should see that we're all in this together. It's a really challenging financial environment. It's a very challenging situation, a challenging economic outlook, and the uncertainty that we all face. I do not think it's fair for our staff to bear that burden alone. So my amendment would take out the COLA adjustments and the resulting gap of $392,000. We would look to close that gap with a very small increase in our tax rate.
So there's an amendment on the floor right now. Is there a second to that amendment? Mr. Burke? All right, so I think Ms. Victor did a good job at explaining what she's proposing. Miranda, I don't know if you were, can you run the numbers and tell us what increase in the tax that would amount to?
It looks like approximately 0.41%, something along those lines.
Are there any questions in that amendment? So I know. So I see Mr. Burke already had his hand raised from before. Do we have a question about the amendment right now? No, I mean, I guess lowering it would be it. And same with you, Sarah, right? You're okay. I guess we'll go through the motion. We'll go to public comment on the amendment and then back to our discussion. So just to the members of the public, just a quick clarification. There's an amendment on the floor right now to change the budget that Ms. Victor proposed. Moving away from asking for a reduction in COLAs and making up the difference of the gap through an increase in the tax rate that comes up to 0.4%, Miranda? Is what we said? All right, so if there's any member of the public that wants to speak on the amendment on the floor, Please use the raise your hand feature on the Zoom panelist window or at the bottom of the participants window. And we'll see. We'll give a few moments to see if anyone raises their hand. All right. We'll go to Carrie Foster. Go for
Hello?
it, Carrie. Yes,
Okay.
go for it.
Hi, Carrie Foster, Portland taxpayer and also the PEA president. I wanted to thank you for that amendment, Board Member Figdor, and just speak in favor of that. We appreciate it as staff and as tax.
Carrie, I'm not, were you finished speaking or did you get cut off? Couldn't.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not sure how much you heard, but I was finished.
Yep, I'm sorry. It sort of kind of interrupted there at the end, but yes, sorry. All right, so next,
okay.
Sorry, next we'll go to Laura Pons.
Hi, everyone. My name is Laura Pons. I'm a first grade teacher at Riverton Elementary. I live in Brunswick. And thank you, everyone, for all your work you're doing right now. I know it's not easy. There are really no wonderful decisions to be made that everyone's going to be happy with. But cutting a first grade teacher position at Riverton and other K-2 positions across the district will make class sizes or make classes unmanageable. Given the current circumstances, students and teachers would not be safe as we would not be able to socially distance or keep the classroom clean. Students will need a substantial amount of social, emotional, and academic support in the fall, more than any other school year. And if we are starting class sizes at 22 students, this number will certainly grow as students move in throughout the year. Increasing K-2 class sizes any other year would already be a challenge, making this year near impossible through a safety lens, as well as a mental health lens for students and staff. This decision to cut a first grade teacher position at Riverton and across the district and raise class sizes will certainly lead to teacher burnout, and I fear that we'll end up losing wonderful, dedicated teachers as a result. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And just a reminder for the rest of the members of the public that are waiting to address, we have an amendment on the floor right now, and that's what we're seeking your input on. And again, just to summarize, that the amendment is intended to move us away from achieving a reduction in the budget through a negotiation of reduced COLAs with our units, and rather make up the difference by presenting a budget that has a tax increase of about 0.4%. So again, that's what we're discussing right now and what the public comment should be about. So we'll go to Laura did, let me see. I thought I had someone else with a hand raised, but I guess not. Okay, if there's no one else oh, here we go. We have a M. White.
Yes, hi, Martha White, Lincoln Middle School. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go for
Great.
it.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you all for your hard work. It is undoubtedly laborious and very detail-oriented and much appreciated. I'm an educator at Lincoln Middle School, and I would like to thank both Ms. Morioni and Ms. Figdor for their comments. I think Ms. Morioni is correct. I think that your probably not in a position to be able to vote to recommend this budget forward if you can't yet account for the funds to cover your gap. And I think Ms. Figdor's amendment is a reasonable solution to the problem. And I think it's probably the smarter thing to do than to call educators on the carpet to pay for the gap in the budget. And I think that's where I'll leave it at that. So again, thank you for your continued hard work. I think you can work to find this money without breaking the people part of the Portland promise. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see anyone else lined up to talk. So we will close the public comment and bring it back to board discussion on the amendment. Do we have any board discussion? Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to be careful about, we've talked about, pitting staff against each other, and we can't really have this board member against board member either, but I think that we also need to be really careful. While I agree 100% about the staff, et cetera, and the COLAs and so on and so forth, I think in my 13 years on the board, this is one of the most brutal budgets. But at the same time, I think that our first hurdle is to get it through the council, and the council has already been very clear with us. And we've had a lot of discussion through media of what the hits are that the city is taking. We have a lot of people out of work. And already I just got a property tax increase for this last budget season of over $200. And so I think we also need to be very mindful. Not only, not that I don't think our staff deserve it, and I think there's so many different things going on here, but at the same time, we really need to think about the taxpayer too, of how much we can shoulder and ask them. It's only $15 is to a lot of people a lot of money, and I don't want to diminish that and think that we all can just pick up $15 here and there, because it does accumulate year after year. And I think the council and the city as a whole, we have great losses right now in our revenue. And it's hitting us pretty hard, and it's hitting a lot of people out of work as well. So I can't support an amendment to ask for a property tax increase. But I may be in the minority with this, and it's not to diminish in any way whatsoever the work that our staff does or anything else. But at the same time, I don't think I can ask the taxpayers to shoulder it. We have to get it through the council, and the council has been very clear with us. While I think we need to always advocate for our budget, again, the council's been very clear with us of what they will and will not accept, and they're taking some large decreases on their side. So I'm not comfortable asking them, because I feel strongly that it's going to get tossed right back to us, and I'm not willing to take that back and forth. That's going to result. I think we need to be mindful of the situation that we're currently in across the board. So I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. We'll go to Mr. Atkinson next.
Thank you. I actually just wanted to ask a question about, I caught a 0.41% increase, but I didn't catch the dollar figure. What was the dollar amount of the increase?
Maybe I should just restate my understanding of Ms. Figdor's proposal to make sure we're all on the same page. So at this point in time, there's 372,000 in COLAs that were just cut in this most recent rendition to meet the gap. Prior to that, there was 100,000 taken out in, I think, the May 7th rendition of the budget. And then before we even proposed the budget on March 10th, there was a reduction in non-rep COLAs from an assumption of 3% to 2%. So that was a value of 50,000. So 50,000 plus 100,000 plus 372 minus 130 equals 392,000, as stated by Ms. Figdor. That's the amount that would be on top of the 0%, and that results in a 0.41% tax rate increase, if that's clear.
Got it. Thanks. Yeah, I think for me, similarly to what Ms. Thompson was saying, I don't think that there's really the room to go to the council right now for an increase. And so if we have $392,000 that we can't cover with the 0% tax increase under this proposal, I mean, I think I could see supporting this. I think that, you know, all the right reasons are going into this and respecting the work of our staff. But I think we will need to find a way to offset that almost $400,000, and that's a challenging thing to do, because I've been, you know, I've been looking at, and I have a couple of things that I'd like us to consider. But I think, as stated with the tax increase, I wouldn't be able to support this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. We're going to Ms. Trevorrow.
Thank you, Chair. So I agree with Ms. Thompson and Mr. Atkinson. We've already gotten feedback from the council, and we first asked them for a 0.5% increase in the tax rate. And, you know, I think we know where that is going to go. It's just going to come right back to us. So I think, like Mr. Atkinson said, I understand the motivation behind this, but I think that if we're going to make these amendments, we have to find another way to get there. The 130,000, I think we could just make that. Perhaps we could do that as a separate amendment, and then our gap shrinks a little bit. We could do that just off the bat, and then continue with other amendments. Would be my suggestion. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else? Go to Ms. Bondo.
Yeah. Thank you. I would like to echo Mrs. Trevorrow, because this is exactly what we have to do. Because I don't feel like we have to increase the taxes right now, because I know then, you know, it's going to be too many work going back to the council. They will return back to us, so it's going to be back and forth, and then it just is almost close to 400. So I think if we divide on the two different amendments with the 130, then we have a reduction from the classroom size, and I think we may try to find different options to try to make up on the deficit. So I won't be able to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Anyone else? If no one else has anything else to add, I think, like what others have said, I completely understand where this amendment comes from and what we're trying to achieve by it, but I also agree that at this point, presenting a budget with a tax increase to the council would be I don't think that would be the appropriate move at this time, given the discussions that we've had with them. So I cannot support the amendment as it was presented. So let's unless someone else has another comment, why don't we vote on the amendment, and then we'll move our discussion forward from there. So all those, and we'll do this through a roll call, by the way. So all those in favor of approving the amendment to the budget that Ms. Figdor proposed, please indicate.
Mr. Atkinson?
No.
Mr. Balfox?
No.
Mr. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Figdor,
Yes.
Ms. Bondo,
No.
Ms. Morioni,
No.
Ms. Thompson,
No.
Ms. Trevorrow,
No.
Ms. Brown,
No.
Ms. Yangala, and Chair Rodriguez.
No. So the amendment fails with a 8-1 vote, or excuse me, a 1-8 vote, and the students
It's
voting with, I'm sorry, with 2, and the students voting with the majority voting it down. All right, so we're back to our main motion with the budget. We're still looking at the budget that was recommended by the finance. So we'll go, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm also very concerned in regards to the finance suggested cuts above the 6% for co-curriculars to cover the gap. It was going to be about 140,000, and it's closer to 350,000. And I'm very concerned about that. I think year after year after year since I've been on the board, we've reduced co-curricular, and we continue to go there. And so I feel pretty strongly that co-curricular plays a very important role to the whole child, whole student that we talk about. And we've heard from many people how this keeps students in school. I'm certainly open to the 140 that have already been discussed, because there are sports that have been reduced because of student reduction participation. And I know that in June, we're going to talk about the discussion around the co-oping, et cetera, which I look forward to that conversation too. But right now, this finance suggested above the 140,000 is not acceptable to me. So I guess the amendment that I would make is to bring it back down to the suggested 6%, which is 140,000 reduction in co-curriculars versus close to 350,000.
Okay. And so just to follow up on that, Miranda, with that amendment, what would that gap then be to get us back to 0%? This should be what we had,
Or 210, I think.
No, if I can weigh in, I think what the finance committee proposed and what is on the current budget that you're considering is the COLA reductions for that difference of 372,000, and then so you would take away the 130,000 for those elementary positions that you wouldn't add, right? And then the difference has to be made up in some way, but right now it's the COLA is the only thing that's in there. If you were to remove the co-curriculars as the sort of the backstop.
I guess I would. I want to hear what she has to say, because I mean I know that we need to find the offset somewhere in regards to the reduction. So Miranda, I don't know.
I think I was similarly perhaps unclear in terms of what you proposed, so please clarify if I'm misunderstanding. But like the superintendent, at this point, what's in the budget is a cut of 140,000 for athletics and co-curriculars.
Okay.
And then 372,000 additional COLAs that would be backstopped by additional co-curricular and athletics reductions if and only if we can't achieve that reduction through reopening negotiations. So I think what you're proposing, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think perhaps what you're intending to propose is that athletics and co-curriculars are not actually the backstop anymore, and that something else is. Is that
That's
correct?
correct. That's correct.
Yeah, so that wouldn't necessarily change the amount that we're looking at in the budget, but rather just the process that we're looking to stop the gap.
Yes, please. That's correct.
Yep. So if we're clear on that, the amendment on the floor is just to change what the board is considering to use to fill the gap, to not consider the co-curriculars on top of whatever COLA reductions. So if there is is that clear on that amendment, by the way? No, Emily says no. Sarah, I was trying to explain your amendment. I don't know if you want to try to clarify it. You could probably do better than I.
I think you did a good job, Chair. So I don't want to, on the back of co-curriculars. So if the COLA doesn't come through, that we do it on the back of additional cuts to co-curriculars. I would ask that we continue to look elsewhere at other line items, and not cut co-curriculars another 210,000 above the 140 to make up the gap. So I think you had it, Chair.
Yeah. And I see a couple of hands raised, so we'll go to Ms. Figdor.
We need something to close the gap. I mean, it can't. This amendment's impossible to consider unless we have something else to consider in the place of relying on athletics and co-curriculars as a backstop.
Yeah,
Is there a second?
It would be more of a statement than an actual. Yeah, it'll be more of a statement of what we're willing to use to fill the gap. I don't think it would actually move the money amount if that's what you meant, Ms. Figdor.
No, to the superintendent's point, we need a second to my motion.
Ms. Morioni, I'm sorry. Ms. Morioni seconded.
Thank you.
So Ms. Figdor, did you I think your question or what you stated.
It just. Yeah, I guess I just don't understand the amendment, because if we're not identifying where we would find those cuts, we're just articulating a preference not to have them come from athletics and co-curriculars. I certainly don't want that either, but it matters where you find the cuts. So it's like half of the equation.
Yeah. Okay.
So Roberta, just for clarification, so to Ms. Figdor's point, so what I'm asking is that we don't obviously take it on the backs of. So if the COLAs, right now the COLAs is on the table. So if the COLAs don't come through, I don't want us to automatically go to co-curriculars is what I'm saying. I would ask that, like Ms. Morioni mentioned, that if that's the case and the COLAs don't come through, that we pull together a special meeting and find out where we're going to reduce it, but it not be on the backs of co-curriculars is what I'm clarifying. So I don't have the exact amount to where it would come from line by line. I will find it, but I need to know about the COLAs first. And if we're back to square one, then I will find the money to offset co-curriculars line by line if I have to.
All right. We'll go to Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair. I similarly, I think I'm a bit confused on the details here on this amendment. I believe there was a list that we looked at for potential backstops that was in some sort of priority order, and I'm wondering if that's something that we could pull up and use that to inform what the sort of next on that list or other things to consider are, because I think we need to put something else in place as a placeholder for this. I don't think we can just say we'll figure it out later. That doesn't seem right to me. Yeah, so this is what I was wondering about. So the next line item here would be, I mean, I guess, yeah, if we just pulled athletics and co-curriculars, then elementary art, music, and PE would be next in line. I guess that's my question.
These are not prioritized.
Sorry, I think I'm done. I don't think I have another question at this point.
We'll go to Mr. Burke.
Thank you. Are we in board comment on the motion? Is that
Questions?
questions? Okay. Yeah. My question is, it feels confusing. I understand the value statement, but it feels out of order in terms of what we need to problem solve for. So I have other things to propose, but that's not a question.
All right. So let's stay on the amendment for now. We'll go to Ms. Morioni.
So I understand how there are board members that would like to have Ms. Thompson say, okay, we're not going to do co-curriculars, but we will do X. But I think at the very least, if we had a majority of the board that would agree that that wouldn't be the alternative to go to co-curriculars, then that's sort of like, it's two parts here. So, I mean, we have the part around, okay, we all would hopefully agree that it wouldn't be cut in co-curriculars. We could vote that, and then we could, the next phase would be somebody proposing something from that list or from another possibility. So I support the amendment, and I think it still stands to be a vote.
Thank you, Ms. Morioni. Ms. Bondo?
I think I will support the amendment as well, because if we remove, it's going to open up a little more space for other options to come on the table. So I think if we can move to vote on the amendment first, and we can see how the vote will come out, and then open up the space to see where we can find some of the deficits to try to move to the gap. Yeah.
Anyone else? Ms. Trevorrow?
So I, like Ms. Morioni, am okay with supporting this motion with the understanding that we'll continue to put amendments on the table to cover that backstop. And I just want to note that in the Finance Committee meetings, when we had this discussion, because board members wanted to look at COLAs, but the superintendent did point out that he felt more comfortable having something in place. So I don't know, Javier, if you wanted to speak to that or.
I mean, I think the reason that we need something in place is because those are negotiated agreements. I know that Ms. Morioni would like us to have an answer, by the end of the week. That's not going to happen. This will be a prolonged, discussion, and we need to have, a budget that is, that meets the requirements. And so if not COLA, I need some guidance from the board around what the alternatives would be, other than letting me decide, how do we make up $300 and some thousand worth of potential reductions. And, again, I would be happy to do that. I will manage to the budget that we have. But if you don't provide guidance, then, it'll have to be at my team's discretion to decide how we do that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
We're going to Ms. Bondo. Oops, sorry.
Size on that. I know it's really hard, but if I remember the last time the superintendent, he was really confident in where we can try to get the deficit gap is on the class size. What are you thinking? Because I start to lean a little bit on this side, because when I look at the portion, I know it's not going, we're going to have some classes, going to be less students, but when I look at just 1 year, then those I just want to make sure on the superintendent side, when we have those classes increased, then it's gonna be just for 1 year, or every year is gonna change depending on the enrollment? Just want to ask that.
So we don't change the guidelines on an annual basis, but if you wanted us, and even if you didn't want, if, you know, next year you can ask to revisit the guideline if we staff at 25, and we would just, you know, make a commitment to bring you what would it look like staffing at 25 and staffing at 22, which is what we currently staff at, so that you would be able to see that in the context of the budget. I do want to remind you that our budget for next year does not look good. So I don't think that, you know, assuming that we're going to be able to reinstate reductions that we make this year, next year, is something that I would say is a, you know, is a definitive. So just back to our previous, you know, discussion, we don't think that next year's budget is going to look any better than this year's budget. So I do want you to go into it with that caution, but we could absolutely come back to you next year and say, if we staff back at 22 for first, second, and third grade, we're going to need X number of additional classes.
Oh, okay. Wow, this is tough. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. We'll go to Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo, for bringing that up. And I think that since I've been on the board, every year we go back to looking at the counts where we have numbers coming in, because it does shift every single year, not only because of transient, but moving, et cetera. And also we'll have some spurts here and there. So we do evaluate staffing continually, and it does come back to the board. So I feel pretty confident if it's 1 year, we can look at it. I'm not saying the budget's going to get any better, because we are in a pretty bad state. But at the same time, I think we pay very close attention to the numbers. And if we're going up 1 or 2 here and there, I know it's not the most popular thing, but at the same time, we have to think about, I think, the whole student, like we say we do. And it's not on the backs of anybody. It's we evaluate it continually. I think we even do it more than once a year. So I'm not concerned about that. Thank you.
We'll go to Ms. Morioni.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say should be discussing the amendment that's on the table, and now we're heading into what I would call sort of phase 2 of where we're going to find the rest of the money. So if we could go back and stick to, you know, discussing the co-curricular piece and then any other amendments, and hold on the class size discussion for now, please.
Yeah, so thank you, Ms. Maureen. Just a reminder, yeah, the amendment is just to change what our backstop is going to be on the cuts, to not use the co-curriculars if the COLAs don't come through. I just want to clarify that. So do we have any other questions? Okay, if we see none, we'll move to public comment on the amendment. And again, just real quick to summarize to the folks in the public, the amendment on the floor is to change the backstop that the board will use to make up the gap in funding, and not use the additional cuts in co-curricular should the decreases in COLAs not work out. So if anyone wants to address the board on that amendment, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom, and I'll call your name out. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. We'll just wait a moment, see if anyone else comes in. Okay. All right. So we see one person. The screen name is CROWLL, Pro, and okay, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. I don't have a timer. If someone can help me, my battery just died.
Yes, my name's Lisa Crowley. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Ocean Avenue. And I would ask that you not vote for this amendment, because it's going to limit your choices, and some of the choices that you're going to have to fall back on, including the music, art, and PE for elementary. I feel like it's going to limit your choices, and I would ask you not to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we're going to Laura Nichols.
Hi, my name is Laura Nichols. I'm a first grade teacher at Riverton Elementary School. I want to thank the board and the superintendent for just taking so much time and thought. I know this is not an easy process. My first comment is I have not heard anybody address the elephant in the room, which is COVID-19. I'm thinking about next year and co-curriculars, and I don't know what that's going to look like. But what I do know what's going to look like is a classroom of 25 6-year-olds who cannot socially distance. I also know that it's very challenging for children in high poverty schools to not be accessing their education 5 days a week. We need to be thinking about the children right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, next we'll go to Erica Lee Winship.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for that amendment, Sarah. My name is Erica Lee Winship. I live at 26 Fall Lane in Portland. I just wanted to say, watching these meetings for the last couple of weeks, it's become really apparent to me that co-curriculars are really valuable to this community. You know, so many kids from Portland and Deering and their parents and members of this community spoke very passionately about their value last week. And I know we don't have answers, and I don't know that I have them either, but I do think that $372,000 is not a ton of money. And just based on the discussion earlier, I really think there's a way to find that by going line through line at some point in this process in the near future. So I would urge you to support Sarah's amendment and to just find that $372,000 somewhere else that is not a direct impact on kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Erica. Next, we're going to Susie Nick.
Good evening. I'm Susie Nick, and I'm the librarian at Portland High School. I am in support of this amendment. I appreciate Ms. Thompson putting that forward. I agree that the co-curriculars, especially at this time for our students, will keep them engaged in school and help them to find their place as we return in the fall. And I do believe that we can find that other $372,000 if we look closely at the professional and tech services document that Mr. Burke, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Moriani, and Ms. Bondo referenced earlier. I have gone through that document line by line and grouped some things together. And I think there is a way to come up with our $372,000. You know, and I don't know how many details I can give, but the TNTP survey, I know Superintendent Botana has spoken highly of that, but we could turn inward and have our principals and leadership teams design our own surveys for our staff, and we could save $36,450. I love the foster grandparents program. It's a wonderful multi-generational program. But if we get real, how many of the older population will want to come into our schools next year? I just don't see that as a viable option for next year. That's $30,600. We're already up to $67,500. If district-wide we were willing to give up our PD, our workshops, our conferences, and some of that work, we could potentially save $365,505. And to go to a comment that was made earlier from Ms. Nally about Great Schools Partnership, actually the PLGs that were started at Deering High School had begun at Portland High School in the fall of 2019, and the teacher leaders and the PD partners designed those with the teachers, and we shared all of our paperwork with Deering High School so that they could also do the PLGs. So right there is an example of us turning inward and being able to support each other and help us with our own professional learning. And I think Great Schools Partnership is like a $56,000 tab. I would think at this time we could turn inward for that. I'm trying to see what else is on my list. Anyway, there's just a lot to look at line by line, and I've done it. And I'm not saying that you would agree with everything that I might have mentioned or that are possibilities, but it's at least a place to start. I grew up with Depression era parents, and they taught me the value of hard work and also living a frugal life. So I have this way of asking myself before I buy anything, is this really needed? And will this really make a difference in my life? And I think we can apply those same two questions as we're continuing to discuss and build the budget. Do we really need this? And how will this impact the lives of our students? Thank you so much for all of your time and energy that you put into this budget, and let's continue the discussion.
Thank you, Susie. Next, we'll go to Sarah Obear.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Sarah Obari. I live at 37 Birchwood Drive in Portland. I have two children in the district, and I also work at Portland High School. I would support this amendment and think also that there are other places that we can look beyond co-curricular. I spoke the other evening about co-curricular. I agree that we're in unprecedented times. I'm a member of the PEA, and I will always be a team player when it comes to looking at tough budgets. And what that means to me is that my representatives will come to the table and help look for these places that we can reduce the budget and work together. I think that we can find cuts that are away from students and staff that don't include COLA or co-curricular. Some examples are new curriculum, specifically illustrative math. My first grader is in a pilot classroom at Rowe that it was using this program earlier in the year, and it did not continue during remote learning. You also heard an elementary teacher talk about how difficult and challenging it would be to use that program if we were remote next year. I also want you to remember that a big percent of that cost, or a big chunk of that cost, is consumables, which would continue year after year. I also think that investing in a piloting program of a curriculum that doesn't have proven data about its results with our population and putting all our eggs in that basket for a K-8 curriculum may not be the best use of our money in this tough budgeting season. I too agree that you can reduce Great Schools Partnership. Portland High School, through our model, has built internal teacher leadership capabilities that Susie Nick just talked about. We can continue our standards-based work, and we can continue our PLCs at Portland High without that amount of money. That's $50,000. If you only continue to illustrative math at the middle schools who have been using it for the past 2 years and wait and pause to implement the high school part of it in the elementary, I believe that's $180,000. So I do not support asking the staff for a COLA reduction of any staff. It has a lasting impact beyond 1 year. When you take a percent decrease in salary and then every year your new salary is based on a percent increase, it has year after year effect. It's not a 1 year reduction for teachers and staff. I don't support asking for that reduction unless all other line items have been examined by digging into the weeds. I do support this amendment, however, because I'm interested and fully confident that when you ask our president, PEA Foster,
Sarah, are you finishing up?
I have maybe 15 seconds.
Go for it.
I'm fully confident that when you ask PEA President Foster to come to the table, which this amendment would ask you to do, that together with her input, that you can find these line items that some of which I mentioned earlier without touching co-curricular and without asking teachers to take a COLA reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I don't see anyone else Oh, we got one more, two more. We'll go to M. White.
Good evening again to the board, superintendent, and everyone. This is Martha White, educator at Lincoln Middle School. What I like about Ms. Thompson's amendment is her determination to go line by line and find a way to avoid cutting into the co-curriculars. I'd like to say that I don't know any educator who thinks cutting co-curriculars is a good idea. We all understand the value of that because we are all always in support of the whole child, and we truly, deeply understand the value of all of our co-curricular activities for all of our students, for our society. And what I would like is to challenge Ms. Thompson and the board to use the same determination to go line by line and save co-curriculars before coming to your educators to ask them to take COLA reductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we'll go to Kathy Jackson. Give me just a second.
Hello. Hi, this is Brian Jackson. I'm just using my wife's computer to watch the meeting tonight. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go for it.
Yes, I'm calling to support the amendment proposed. I started turning into this when I heard originally just 140 was being proposed for the reductions to find out what that was about. I was shocked to hear that there was a consideration to axe another potential of $250,000 or 25% of the budget from athletics and co-curriculars. I can't, has any other department been asked to slash 25% of their budget? I mean, that's just crazy. Obviously, from the way people have called in and talked about athletics and co-curriculars, how important they are to students, teachers, and the community. Like I said, it should be overly apparent how important these things are. From things I've seen on the budget, there are definitely places where things could be cut. This isn't a time for any new programs. We can't afford those. Great suggestion on using internal resources instead of outreaching to other sources, hiring people from out of district or other companies. And the pre-K, although it's a great program, if we can't afford to push forward with it, I think it's a luxury that we can't afford at this time, and especially not at the expense of athletics and co-curriculars, which are so important. I have 3 children in the Portland school system that are not only involved in athletics, but also other co-curricular activities, and this would be devastating to them. The $250,000 would also eliminate middle school JV and first team programs. I mean, that would devastate the athletic programs for the entire city and take away opportunities from so many children, and that to me is not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Next, we'll go to Michelle Lawless.
Thank you. I would like to speak out in support of the amendment. I am the president of the EdTech Union in Portland Schools, and I am an educator and a taxpayer. And in all 3 roles, I'm committed to helping the district retain the highest level of services and programming for Portland youth while working collaboratively with the district and other union leaders to find savings that deliver those services, while also honoring the hard work and sacrifice of those who work directly with the children of Portland schools. One of the 4 goals of the Portland Promise is people. And we're grateful that the district is just as committed to this goal as it is to equity and the whole student and achievement. I think we all understand that without commitments to that goal, there is no success for the other ones. We have a wealth of talent and achievement that we can tap into in this district. And one of the ways, as you've heard from many other speakers, that the district can save money is to use the broad array of readily available expertise to eliminate the costs of outside professional development and consultations. Given that so much is still up in the air for next year, we can also look at savings with field trips, transportation, books and materials, new curriculum, substitute teachers, and some costs that are associated with fields and athletics. In a perfect world, we would support going full steam ahead with the many investments that the district desires. In fact, right around a year ago, we all sat here and we were heartened to see that the support of the board, the staff, and the community for the district's investment in the Breathe expansion, which surpassed the initial $825,000 ask to run closer to $1 million. We have proven that when the budget allows and when time is right, we can make those investments. But now is not the time to pursue more investments. There is too much uncertainty for what the school year will actually look like. But if the district refuses to consider a timely pause, I know that there are also foundations and grants which can fund these investments. And we are more than willing to collaborate with the district to explore these resources. I think given all the questions that we've had this evening with line items, there are many, many other areas that we can explore. Finally, I would like to offer some perspective as to what exactly a COLA or a step reduction would look like for the ed techs I represent.
Michelle, time.
I would like some more, please. Only another minute.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Roberto. An ed tech who has served the Portland students for 15 years, a dedicated 15-year company man, if you will, earns $31,668,000 a year. That's with a bachelor's degree, or in many cases, even a master's. $31,668 a year. The 2019 assessment for a living wage for Cumberland County is a salary of $57,116. So that's a sacrifice of roughly $27,000 a year to perform a job that we deeply, deeply love in the neighborhood, in the schools that we build community in. The sacrifices that we make to do this work that we love are numerous, given that $27,000 deficit. And yet, we keep doing it because of how much we love it. This year, due to the pandemic, we're already making more sacrifices. There's no job coaching positions, there's no tutoring after school, and there'll be fewer opportunities this summer either through the schools or in the service industry that so many of our employees count on. Given all of that, the further sacrifices that COLAs or step cuts would entail is not only disheartening and demoralizing, but it's downright reckless. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we'll go to Andrea Levinsky.
Hello again, everyone. It's Andrea Levinsky from Portland High School, Center Learning Opportunities Coordinator. I want us to just think back to a few nights ago where we had so many students really pour their hearts out and tell us how important co-curriculars are to them in athletics, and I would like to wholeheartedly support this amendment by Ms. Thompson. My colleagues have already spoke to how we feel that there are other ways to reduce costs, and I won't repeat it, but I do want to say I'm in support of this amendment and in support of what my colleagues have said.
Thank you, Andrea. Next, we'll go to Ryan Hutchins. Ryan, go ahead.
All right. Great. Thank you very much for the time. My name is Ryan Hutchins. I'm a Spanish teacher at Lyman Moore Middle School and wrestling coach at Deering High School and lifelong Portland resident. So over the last couple meetings that have talked about the co-curricular cuts, already at $140,000, and I'm certainly in support of this amendment to back them out of the potential for more cuts. Because I want to talk about a point that I really have not heard brought up in these meetings, but I have heard from colleagues and from families that I know living in Portland. So while all the points brought up about co-curriculars, from the social emotional learning needs they serve and the lifelong lessons they teach, to the way in which they keep our kids competitive as applicants for post-secondary opportunities, hopefully all those are strong enough points on their own. But what I have not heard brought up is that the cuts of this severity and type are the kind of cuts that ultimately drive residents with families out of the city. Therefore damaging the potential tax base that is so needed for everything the city needs to do, including our schools. As a lifelong Portland resident, other than college and my first 3 years of teaching, I have far too frequently watched as my Portland peers, new and old, have left for surrounding towns. In large part, this has been due to them seeing their children losing programs here and having more programs, possibilities, and opportunities elsewhere. I have already heard from parents just this week, in light of seeing the potential for their kids losing the chance to participate in middle school or high school co-curriculars, saying the same thing, and have already begun looking outside of Portland. They not only see the loss of the invaluable whole student learning opportunities, but many also see their child's prospects of post-secondary education being irreparably damaged by not having access to the programs that their counterparts in other districts will have. I understand the need for short-term savings as well as the new investments that are being sought. However, long-term, Portland cannot sustain this continued departure of families and expect to be able to pay for all its great investments that it would like to implement. This need for a strong tax base is especially true given the greater role Portland taxpayers play in the role of paying for education compared to other districts. The families I know have zero problem paying more in taxes, as long as it means that the opportunities and services they receive will increase as well. They do have a problem when taxes and services do not strongly correlate. It will be far harder to convince families of the commitment to their children in the face of such massive cuts to programs they rightly expect to be part of a well-rounded education than it would be to simply put a hold for a short time on investing new money on programs that we have not yet begun on a full scale. Just to put a practical example on it, if my roof has a leak, it is not the time to invest in a new addition on my house. Yep, I just have about 30 seconds. Even if the addition is needed, it will not be useful to me or my family if my house is still leaking. I would need to fix the leak first, then I could work on moving forward with the addition. Right now, due to several factors beyond our control, our city and our schools have a major leak, and we need to shore up that leak so that we can be prepared to make our needed additions when we are capable again, hopefully in the near future. Thank you again for all your work that you do on behalf of our kids and our schools, and for my time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins. All right, so if we don't have anyone else for public comment, we do. We'll go to Carrie Foster.
Hi, sorry, I hope my mic works. Can you hear me well this time?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I made a little change. Let's hope this works. So I'd like to reinforce what Michelle Lawless and really many of our other speakers have said, to say that the unions are ready. We're willing to sit down and look closely at the budget. We want to go line by line to find efficiencies, ways to raise up the expertise of the people that we already have. We can do this without asking our people, which are our greatest resource, or our students, who are the focus and driver for all of our work, to pay for investments or contingencies via cuts to COLA or co-curriculars, when realistically we don't have any idea what next year will look like. We can have a moratorium on field trips and conferences. We can use the resources we already have to provide targeted professional development based on the needs of our staff teaching remotely during a pandemic, which are ever changing. But I want to reinforce that we can do this. Let's figure it out without hurting our students and staff. We're ready. We're ready to sit down. So I'm in support of this amendment, and please consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. So Josephine Bisimana.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to express my feeling about the COLA and also what Kerry just mentioned. I feel like we know we are not represented, and we are carrying the whole burden, and feel like our work is not valued. I heard that edtechs, they work hard, teachers work hard, but if you go deep and look what the staff from Multilingual accomplished in the month of March, you can see that Poland public schools cannot do without multilingual staff. And the feeling that the cut is going only to affect the non-represented staff, I feel like it's not fair. And I heard that Kerry is proposing to cut the conferences. I'm going to tell you, I have kids in Poland public schools. One of my children has never had any Zoom class with her teachers. And until now, we have some students who are not able to connect on Google Classrooms. And that comes on a multilingual staff, back to repair everything, whatever the teachers are not being able to do. I'm not diminishing the teachers, but you have to look on all those parts. So thinking about cutting the conferences, it's just letting our multilingual families out of any clue of whatsoever is happening in the classroom. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Kroll?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry. I realized I was misinformed in my first statement. Now that I've heard people speak, I would like to change and say I am in support of this amendment. Sorry about that. Thank you.
All right, so if there's no one else waiting to address the board, we'll close the public comment on the amendment, and we're back to board discussion. Switch my screen. Is there any board discussion on the amendment? Ms. Victor?
Yeah, on this, I'm not going to be able to support this amendment because while I don't want to see additional reductions in athletics or co-curriculars, this doesn't solve the puzzle. It just says we don't want to take it from one pot. I think we have an obligation to say where the money will come from. So without that information, it feels incomplete. And so while, again, I don't want to see additional cuts to athletics and co-curriculars, I won't be able to support an amendment that just articulates half of what is needed and doesn't specify where the cuts will come from, especially when we know that finding those cuts in this budget is very hard and the choices are impossible.
Thank you, Ms. Victor. We'll go to Ms. Brown.
Okay, thank you. I would like to advocate on behalf of my peers, school, and community. To me, Portland High School is a place where everyone can find somewhere to belong. And I believe that it is absolutely imperative for us to offer co-curriculars for each student to find somewhere to thrive and to call home. These programs mean the world to many of us in the Portland High family, and by cutting funds for co-curriculars, we will also be eliminating opportunities that are so meaningful to the students that we, as members of the Portland Board of Education, have vowed to protect. For this reason, I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We'll go to Mr. Balfons.
Yes, I will not be supporting this amendment. I think we should find a backstop before removing this backstop. So that's where I stand as of now. And just to note, yeah, I do not want to cut more co-curriculars in athletics. But at this point in the process, I think we do need to find a backstop.
Thank you, Mr. Balfons. We'll go to Mr. Atkinson.
Yeah, I guess I just agree with the last couple of statements. I think we need to find the other side of this this puzzle before we can remove the co-curriculars from the backstop. Though I do hope that we can somehow take those off the table.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Mr. Burke.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I too will not be supporting the amendment while I do support its spirit because of the reasons mentioned, and I have a proposal I'll make to.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. If there's no one else, I'll just say really quick, I have no problem supporting this amendment. I think that, like some people said, it doesn't move us ahead to where we need to be, but it does make a statement of what we're not, an area that we're not willing to make any deeper cuts. I would like us to try to move a little bit faster than what this amendment is moving us forward. So let's put this to a vote, and then we'll see what our next step is. So we'll do all those in favor of the amendment on the floor to not use co-curriculars as a backstop to any additional cuts beyond the COLAs should they not produce the gap that we need to bridge. Please indicate, and the superintendent will call the roll.
Mr. Atkinson? Mr. Balfons?
No.
Ms. Bondo?
Yes.
Ms. Figdor?
No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burke?
No.
Ms. Morioni?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Ms. Trevorrow?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Yandala? I think you're muted, Ms. Yandala.
Yes.
Thank you. And Chair Rodriguez?
Yes. Yeah, I didn't keep track of those.
Yeah, so that's 4 against, 5 in favor, with the students voting with the majority.
Right, so the amendment passes with a 5-4 vote. Okay, so we're back to the main motion. I see Ms. Trevorrow has her hand raised, so we'll go to her.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to put an amendment on the table to make our backstop be the raising the classroom sizes in grades 1 through 3 for the amount of, is it $325 or is it $375?
$325.
Okay. And assuming that gets a second, I'll be happy to speak to the motion.
Ms. Bondo seconded.
Okay, so this is, first of all, not a motion that I enjoy making. It's not a motion that I like. But in this budget, there's no way around making choices on reductions that will impact student learning. And so in a situation like that, to me, I turn to our professional staff, to our superintendent, to look for guidance around the areas that will have the least impact. And this was the recommendation to the Finance Committee that came from the superintendent when he first presented a budget with a 0% tax increase. I think he made a compelling case for it. And given the information now, where we have a slightly lower enrollment than we thought, I think it's even less of an impact. So, you know, I think that $119.9 million budget, we ought to be able to support the Portland Promise. But in this budget cycle, that means reprioritizing to really identify the areas that give us the most value toward the Portland Promise. And I think that you know, a lot of the line items that we talked about earlier that came up in questions by the board, those are structural things that have been put in place over the years to build capacity for the Portland Promise. So I think that it's not quite as simple as saying that they don't reach the student. So to me, I think that, again, just we have a budget, we have to pick priorities. There's no way around making these choices. And to me, this is the best guidance from our superintendent, and that makes the least impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Varro. Are there any board questions on the amendment? Ms. Bigdor?
I have a question for the superintendent, which is, when I look at this research, the research around this issue of class size, the research is actually quite clear that smaller class sizes is among the educational reforms that's been showed to narrow the achievement gap. And its benefits are strongest for kids of color, lower income students, those who we know we need to reach through the Portland Promise. So I am interested in your analysis of that research. I looked today again at the latest summaries of research, the latest individual studies. I sent around a catalog of, I don't know, dozens of studies to the board that document the specifically on the issue of the impact of smaller class sizes and reducing the opportunity gap. I guess I am just at a loss of how we could propose, given that research, how we could propose increasing class size in a budget that is all, that initially was all about reducing the opportunity gap, and that I would see as cutting against the Portland Promise, even if we're not able to do what we initially sought in this budget, in part because of the pandemic.
So I guess I would say I'm familiar with that research as well. I don't see it as inconsistent with what we are currently doing. The research generally says that class sizes below 18 are the ones that, you know, produce those outcomes, and we have, you know, few classes that actually qualify under that threshold as it currently stands. And, you know, so we have, as I've noted, a handful of classes where we would actually increase our per pupil pupil teacher ratios, but, you know, we already have a large number of classes that are over that 18 threshold. So if, you know, the board truly wanted to live by that research, then we would be, looking to keep our classes below 18, which is something that we have never discussed. I also want to point out that there are other things that have similar effect sizes to the class size, which include quality curriculum, which include a collective efficacy, and so those are also things that we are completely invested and committed to pursuing as a district. And some of those could offset the potential decrease in performance caused by slight increases in the class size.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any other questions? Ms. Morioni, you lowered your hand. You don't have a question? Okay. Lukewarm. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll Ms. Victor, go ahead.
Yeah, I know we have, in the Finance Committee, it was kind of discussed offhand that this would only affect, at the time, 6 classrooms. Now we're saying 5 classrooms. I want to confirm that it affects the entire grade. So we're saying looking across our elementary schools, we would be affecting the entire grade entire grades at 5 schools.
That's correct. It would be 15 out of 75 classrooms or 73 classrooms.
Okay. If there are no other questions, we'll move to public comment on the amendment that's on the floor. So a quick reminder to the people in the audience that to address the board, use the raise your hand feature on Zoom, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And again, what we're asking for comments on are the amendment on the floor to bridge the gap by using the 5 classroom reduction at the elementary levels and realize the savings of $325,000. We'll wait just a moment, see if anyone raises a hand. Yep, we're going to Laura Nichols.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. So I oppose this amendment. In my view as a teacher, especially this year, everything revolves around safety of everyone as it relates to COVID-19. This is our new normal. What we need to do this year is have more classroom teachers rather than take classroom teachers away. Please look at other things we can reduce, such as math coaches, math trainers, people coming into the district doing PD. We need these things, but we should forgo this for the safety of everyone, as we do not know what the fall is going to look like. Maybe bring them back as next year as need be. We will be in a different position. Hopefully we'll have a vaccine to end this pandemic. It's more important than ever to keep classes smaller, as we need students back each and every day, as I said before, especially students who live in high poverty. I teach at Riverton School. My classroom looks different than the classroom in Longfellow. It's just how it is. And I need a smaller classroom to meet the emotional needs of my students, as well as their academic needs, to meet my English language learners and my special ed students. So please, I beg of you, look at everything before you vote to cut classrooms. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to Taryn Southard, sorry.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking my comments. I appreciate all the hard work you have all put in. I know this is really hard. I spoke a couple nights ago at the City Council, and I just wanted to reiterate my statements. I am concerned about the proposed elementary cuts. I believe these cuts go against, oh, and I wanted to say I'm a teacher at Riverton School, a second grade teacher. I believe these cuts go against your commitment to providing an equitable education for Portland students. Research clearly states that class size matters, as Ms. Figdor said, especially in schools with high poverty. Riverton has a percentage of 80% receiving free or reduced lunch. Although class sizes will reach 25 likely after reconfiguration, it's important to note that the percentage of students in poverty will also shift with this reconfiguration. Increasing class sizes without this reconfiguration means all schools are considered the same, although we are not. It feels antithetical to equity for us to say that a school with the highest amount of needs should be in the same bucket as all the schools in our district. When you're only looking at these numbers, you're not considering the students it affects. I'm also really concerned about creating a socially distant schooling experience for students at Riverton next year when we're talking about increased class sizes. We house the District Bridge program, which integrates students with the highest special needs into our general education classrooms. And these students require additional adults in our gen ed classrooms as well. We also have an older building with oddly shaped classrooms, windows that don't open, and a ventilation system that only vents outside air if the heat is turned off. We also have more students, including those that are medically fragile, in spaces that are not well equipped for social distancing. I also believe that, in the past 3 months, we have not been teaching any curriculum with fidelity, and so it feels odd to talk about a new curriculum in a time that's really uncertain. At Riverton, we currently use everyday math, and I can tell you that we have spent the last year implementing many of the instructional routines included in illustrative math. We know our current curriculum doesn't adequately meet the needs of our diverse population. However, the budget this year is asking for unique requirements, and so we need to make unique decisions. And so I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing and putting thought into this, but I'm really opposed to looking at elementary class size cuts, and I suggest you look for them elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanner. Next, we'll go to Sarah O'Barry.
Hi, thank you. Sarah O'Barry, Portland High School teacher. I have a first grader at Rowe Elementary, and I would like to speak mostly just as a parent. I do not support this amendment that's on the table to increase class size. As a parent, it's been really eye-opening having my first grader home with me and the amount of needs that a first grader has in being educated. I am an educator myself, and it has been very eye-opening. I have watched as his classroom teacher has held Zoom meetings with 18 to 20 first graders and done a phenomenal job. And I will tell you that the first graders are not muted. They all sit patiently and wait as that first grade teacher, shout out to Ms. Prestis, can hold that meeting like you've never seen someone hold a meeting. I just worry about increasing that to any more numbers and what that would look like with COVID. She has done one-to-one check-ins with my child to practice reading. She has dropped off materials. I worry about our safety of our students when they can go back to classrooms. And I'm reminded of a testimony from an elementary school teacher before the city council last year that I was a part of. And she told you that she had 20 students in her classroom. And every time she spoke about it, she reminded you of some of the needs of those 20 students. Some of you might remember it, but it went something like, I have 20 students, 5 of them have IEPs, 4 of them are English language learners, 2 have 504 plans, 1 is homeless, and on it went. So please remember that when you start out with 20 students and you add just one more student or two more students to that mix, what kind of need can be added on, just as the elementary school teacher before me has said. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we'll go to Catherine Kessler.
Hi, this is Kate Kessler. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for all your thoughtful deliberations over the last couple of weeks. I really appreciate it. I am a Portland parent, a licensed grade 5 teacher, and just wanted to speak to the class size issue in particular. We've heard previous comments speaking about the challenges of teaching that many primary age children in person, and given the likelihood that we may have to teach remotely at some point next year, I think I would like to speak to the challenges of that as well. So building on what Sarah was saying previously, my daughter is finishing 2nd grade this year, and I've seen very similar things from her class Zooms. And I've also noticed that they're not the full class represented, despite everybody's best efforts in having all our kids present. So the more kids in a class, the less contact with adults remotely. I fear that we'll have less contact with kids in a remote learning situation. So I'd urge you to go back to other options before increasing class sizes.
Thank you, Kate. Next, we'll go to Sarah Seisel.
Hi, I'm Sarah Sissel. I'm a current 2nd grade teacher at Riverton Elementary. I currently reside in North Yarmouth. So I cannot speak as eloquently and as composed as my formers. I didn't come prepared, but I just wanted to make a couple of notes about the class sizes. My position's already being eliminated for the next year, so our 2nd grade class sizes will already increase to that, and now we're looking at another potential cut to the 1st grade. And really what I wanted to speak to in the Portland Promise is particularly to the whole student SEL. When you have that many students in a high needs classroom, it is more challenging, and then you also receive less supports. Especially with our Title I cuts being made, we're just ultimately looking at not having the same support systems that we normally do. Furthermore, looking at teacher retention, I think that the potential increase of class sizes, once something's gone, it's really hard to get back. And when we're talking about like the teacher burnout, I think that comes into play here. And then my final note was just that whole student aspect. The idea of forming, well, it's not impossible. I think that elementary teachers do it every day with every student they have, no matter what. But when you're looking at those bigger class sizes, I mean, that whole student aspect of like, how can I support that whole student in every way possible becomes a lot more challenging. So just a couple of points that I wanted to make in opposition of increasing class sizes. Thank you so much for your time and for your continued efforts in problem solving.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we'll go to John Thibodeau.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you, school board and staff. This is John Thibodeau from Equity in Portland Schools, and I live at 114 Clinton Street in Portland. We strongly disagree with the proposal to increase class size. And I have to say, it's frustrating that this has come up again. I want to say for at least the last 2 years, I think public sentiment has been clear and quite powerful that this is not the direction to go forward for all of the reasons that have been stated by the teachers and by some of the school board members as far as research and equity goes. And it's frustrating that this keeps being put back. As recently as the Finance Committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, I mean, it was overwhelming that this was clearly the path not to go. And I want to remind folks of that. I also want to remind folks of the reconfiguration discussion a couple of months ago, again, where there was a tremendous turnout from the public, and it was mostly about increased class size. That was the key issue that people see as a step backwards and not the step forward that we need, where we have so many vulnerable students and families. And this is such an important issue. So I really ask you as a body to not go down this direction. I think it's the wrong direction for our kids, for our teachers, for our families. And I think there are other ways to fill this gap. And I hope that you can remain open-minded to those and go through line by line and find the savings. I think we can do it, and we don't need to take this sort of drastic turn in a direction that is clearly against both what the public wants and what common sense tells us to do, and also research. So I implore you not to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we'll go to Emily Liebling. Oops.
Hi, I'm Emily Liebling. I live at 54 Ting Street, and I'm a first grade teacher at Reiki. I'm the parent of a first grader at Reiki also, and a future Reiki student. I've taught in the K-3 age range since in my 9 years of Portland Public Schools. I've taught first, second, and third grade, and I can tell you without a doubt that class size definitely matters. I mean, I echo what everybody else has said in favor of not raising class sizes for our K-3 students or K-2 students. I've heard many people say that the most important thing is to keep the cuts as far away from students, as far away from the learners as possible. And I just feel like you can't get any closer to students. It affects their ability to learn in order to effectively differentiate learning, in order to support the whole student. I don't think I'm saying anything new here. I just wanted to add my voice to say that class size definitely matters. The classes that I've had that have been 20 students and more, it's a struggle. It's harder to meet the needs of the learner. It takes a lot more time and energy, and I do feel like the students don't get as good of an experience, which is sad. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, if there's no one else waiting to address the board, we'll close the public comment and we'll come back to the board for further discussion on the amendment. We'll go to Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just will be voting against this amendment, unlike the previous amendment, which in retrospect I see I could have voted for. It wasn't exactly how I was hearing it, but on this amendment, it goes against my experience as an elementary school teacher. It goes against my experience as someone with a graduate degree in education, and it goes against what I hear from parents all the time, and it goes against me as a parent, as an elementary school student. So I'll be voting against this amendment.
Mr. Burke. Ms. Bigdor?
Yes, thank you. I will be voting against this amendment. I think our decisions need to be research-based, and the research is clear that smaller class size help narrow the opportunity gap, and that is our focus as a district. I will also say, however, that I have personal experience with this issue, and I'm here on the board because of this issue, because when my older daughter, Bella, who's now a 7th grader, was in 2nd grade, she had 26 kids in her class at Reiki. And my kid, who loved every single day to go to school, completely lost her love of learning. And as I spoke to other parents, I heard over and over that their kids were also suffering in that class, despite the teacher's best efforts. but in different ways. Seeing that firsthand underscores to me what the research says, which is that class size really matters. When my daughter then had in her third grade class about 18 students, it was night and day. Her experience was so different. So I will be strongly opposing this amendment, and I also can't foresee supporting a budget that included an increase in class size for the younger elementary school grades where class size is the most critical.
Thank you, Ms. Figdor. Any other board discussion? Mr. Atkinson?
Yeah, I am going to support this amendment, and it's not because I think that larger class sizes are a good thing or want to diminish the impact that a larger class size would have, but looking at the other items on the list of potential backstops, elementary phys ed, music and art, and the middle school model. If we have to prioritize that list, and that's what we're doing right now, then the elementary class size is the thing that I would put at the top of that list from the options that are presented. And so I will be supporting this, not because I hope that we end up with larger class sizes in the final result, but because given the vacuum that's been created by removing the co-curriculars, I think something has to fill that void, and I would rather it be elementary class size than the other options that are laid out.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Anyone else? Ms. Bondo?
I will be in favor to the amendment. It's not because I don't believe about equity and the classroom size, but when I look at the number of the classes will be increased, and I feel like right now, if we don't want to go to the curricular reduction and the call-outs for the teachers, that's at least the last option that I can come out. Because when I look at those classes, it's not like we have a few, the first grade and few on the second grade and third grades. I mean, teachers, students will stay on one grade 1 year and move to the other one. And when I want to talk about the achievement gap, when we go a little more deeper, when I look at that, really, the class size really matters. But it's about the program and the structure that we put in place to help teachers to move those, to try to reduce those achievement gaps. We were not able to invest it on the law plan. We're not able to invest on the caseload for psychology. We're not able to invest on the English learner program like we just defined it. These are so fundamental to try to reduce the achievement gap. The dual identification that we missed places between students who really need English as a second language and a special ed, this is so crucial for those students to be able to achieve. So I think everything is related to, and when we look at the 15 classes, over 75 classes, then we can be able to implement at least the math. The mathematics so critical because we're gonna have all the same curriculum across the board of the district. And as a plus, we need all our curriculum to have the same curriculum, so at least we can start somewhere. And I think investing in the math, even though we don't see happening next year because of the pandemic, I mean, we know at least that the investment will go for a long time. We'll have a result for a long time. Where those achievement gaps, when we look at the data, we can see how the people of color and the low-income family are doing on the mathematics areas. So I think the investment is not going to impact right now the class size. Why I'm supporting it is because we're gonna be able at least to make up some of those areas that we need and give some flexibility to the superintendent to be able to hire some teacher when he need And then next year, we can try to assess according to the enrollment that we may have for next year. So this is the reason that I would like to support this amendment. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Go back to Ms. Victor.
I asked Ms. Trevorrow to clarify the amendment. I something different from Mr. Atkinson than I understand the amendment to be. I didn't think that I thought this was not a backstop, but this was instead of any COLA reductions. And from my vote, I'd oppose it either way, but I do think it's important for the board to have clarity on.
It is a backstop.
Okay, go to Ms. Morioni.
Thank you. I do appreciate Member Trevorrow's thoughtfulness around looking at what the superintendent did bring as possibilities. This is not an easy one at all. Unfortunately, I can't support it, and I think it's mostly because a couple of things in my mind. First of all, I don't like the fact that we're only talking about certain schools, certain classes, and then when digging deeper and asking, could it potentially be more than 5 or 6 classes affected? And the answer was yes, it could be. So I tend to agree with what Ms. Victor, I did read quite a bit of the articles that you did, or the research that you did send us. Thank you for all of that hard work. Looking at that, as well as looking at our surrounding districts, Falmouth, for example, in elementary, they have a 13-to-1 average ratio for their classes. So, I mean, granted, we're not Falmouth, but we have families that would potentially, as mentioned, some of the remarks, could potentially move out of Portland for this reason. So what I would actually like to do after we go through this is I even have another amendment that I'd like to propose. I had said initially that I didn't want to vote at all tonight if we didn't have any indication from our unions before the vote, but we've heard from our PEA president, we've heard from Ms. Lawless for ed techs, we're hearing more and more that they want to come to the table to find some saving solutions. And even in their discussion around things, I've already been able to draw some conclusions that there are some things that at the very least we could put on hold that wouldn't be a direct impact to our students. So for all these reasons, I'm not going to support the amendment, but thank you for the thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Morioni. Mr. Balfons?
Yes, I am not going to support this amendment either. I have similar concerns about increasing the class size and what it's going to look like, not only next year, but the years after. I have huge concerns about what that's going to look like. And looking at it personally, I am worried about putting my children in classrooms of that size. So I will not vote in favor of this.
If there's no other board discussion, I'll add. So I am going to support this amendment. I think some of the explanations that were given by Mr. Atkins, I agree with him that the other options to me don't. To me, they don't. I'm not willing to go into them as they've been described. And I think also Mr. Trevorrow made a really good did a good job explaining her view on it and the way that she views the recommendation from the superintendent and how she's able to accept his recommendation based on the way that he's explained it. I also want to say that through my conversations with the superintendent and other board members around the elementary school reconfiguration plan, that I had understood that class sizes would change under that reconfiguration, and understood the plan for the superintendent to continue to move that forward into next year. And so this change in class sizes would more than likely be part of that work that would be coming up in the near future. So to me, it is part of the work that I had anticipated would be in front of us. And for that reason, I will be supporting the amendment. If we don't have any other board discussion, then we'll take a vote on the amendment. So all those in favor of supporting Mr. Varro's amendment, please indicate, and we'll do a roll call. The superintendent will call us out.
Mr. Atkinson?
Yes.
Mr. Bonfaz?
No.
Ms. Bondo?
Yes.
Mr. Burke?
No.
Ms. Figdor?
No.
Ms. Morioni?
No.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Ms. Brown? I'm sorry, Mr. Varro?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
No.
Ms. Yangala?
Yes.
And Chair Rodriguez?
Yes. And so the amendment passes with a 5-4 vote, and the students split it 1-1. So then we're back to the main motion, with the budget having, well, the budget itself hasn't changed, but rather the backstop to how we achieve the reductions beyond the COLAs. So I see Mr. Burke has his hand raised. So Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In order to support our equity goal through preserving investments and momentum in items with demonstrable impact on achievement gaps, including our curriculum, our collective efficacy, and by building trust and acknowledging the fault lines that threaten our collective efficacy, and our teacher to student ratios, my amendment is to remove the $150,000 of COLA adjustments for non-rep staff and the $372,000 of possibly negotiated COLA and step reductions, and to remove any backstops, co-curriculars, class size, or otherwise. Here's my proposed reductions. We move $150,000 from our CARES contingency fund, leaving $503,000 in that change. We move forward the $130,000 from classrooms per the enrollment needs, but not changing our teacher to student ratio. We take $50,000 from professional and tech services, leaving staff to make those cuts from legacy areas and prioritizing new investments, which would bring a total reduction to that line, or that group, to $150,000, because there's already $100,000 in the proposed reductions. $50,000 from employee training and development, $50,000 from repair and maintenance, $50,000 from software licenses, and $50,000 from staff travel. This is my best conscious proposal and amendment to do a budget that does the least harm to our students and the people that support them, and does the hard work of looking for these reductions elsewhere.
So if Mr. Burke is proposing that as an amendment to the budget, is there a second?
I don't think I understand, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, can I make sure that we can document all of those? I was not able to keep up with that.
No,
so.
I couldn't keep up either.
Yeah, and I didn't write it down either. So he just shared it through the chat, the way he's accumulating the different line items to his total. But how do you want to go about this?
Can we start with Miranda validating that adds up to the numbers that we need? Because I know this is complicated because you're removing the existing COLA reduction commitments, and so I just want to make sure that adds up. I'm sure that the $50,000 chunks we can add up easily, but I just want to make sure that we get the others correct and that covers the amount.
I get we need an additional 42,000, but it's possible that I missed something, Mr. Burke. So if you could just repeat it, because what you want to add back is 522,000, and the cuts I have are 480.
Did I miss one?
Possible I missed it, for sure.
Are you looking at the chat, Miranda?
No, give me a second.
I come out to 530,000, which is 8,000 more than the 522,000.
Yeah, I had missed one of the 50,000. I don't know which. I was just typing numbers, not words. So with that, it works.
Okay, so with that adding up to 530,000, so then we'll say, so Mr. Burke has put an amendment on the floor, adding up all these line items from the budget to add to a $530,000 reduction. Is there a second on that amendment? Ms. Figdor? Do we need any clarifying questions in the amendment? Ms. Thompson?
So, Mr. Burke, is this in replace of what we just did with the class sizes? Are you saying to take away from the class size that we just voted on in favor of?
Well, we voted on that as a backstop. And so by doing this, we don't need a backstop. This replaces the cost of living adjustments and step renegotiation that's currently at the front of what our proposed reduction is to reach our budget target. So I'm saying we're taking that off, which was $372,000.
Okay.
I also don't feel okay with the $150,000 of proposed cost of living adjustments to our non-rep staff. So I've taken that out.
Okay.
And replace that with this. Those COLA and step adjustments totaled $522,000, and as you see, this is $8,000 more as a round number.
This does not change the vote that we just took on class sizes.
No, it just makes it kind of
irrelevant. Washing the COLAs is what you're saying, correct?
It's about addressing the COLAs, which is the thing that we need to resolve if we're going to make our cuts there or not. Okay. And it obviously doesn't go after co-curriculars, nor does it go after increasing class size.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Of course.
Ms. Figdor?
I had a question for the superintendent as to the potential impact of this amendment. I know that if we reduce the CARES contingency fund or the COVID contingency fund by $150,000, that gets then us to the top of the range that was initially proposed of $200,000 to $500,000 for that. I certainly realize the need for that fund, and the added flexibility of having more money is good, but we're in a really tight budget. But could you speak to the other and the $130,000 we know is we already talked about as essentially a savings we can achieve. Can you talk about the next 5 line items and what you think the impact of those would be?
I can't. I mean, those are reductions that are coming out of the clear blue sky. I cannot assess what the impact will be. You know, for some line items, it is a small percentage. For other line items, it's a significant percentage. So I can't tell you on the fly what the impact will be. I appreciate that there is flexibility for me to determine what the reductions are within those line items, then we will do the work that we're asked to do with the resources that we have available to us.
Any other questions? Mr. Balfour?
Yeah, this goes to Member Burke. For the second item, $130,000, can you describe what you're thinking with that? Just a little more, please.
I'm bringing forward what I understand from conversation tonight, that there's been an update per our enrollment, that there are 2 classrooms that are already a savings. So I'm just codifying that as part of this proposal.
Thank you.
Victor?
Yeah, I appreciate the thought of this. One concern, without hearing from the superintendent about what the potential impact is looking at the repair and maintenance line item. I know we ended up needing a $64 million bond to renovate for elementary schools because we deferred maintenance year after year on our schools. Not a fault of the school district, but we do not have adequate money to maintain our buildings. And I think if we defer costs even more than we do, that's going in the wrong direction. I'm not sure it's a red flag for me, but I raised that concern.
Yeah. Anyone else? Ms. Morioni?
I just want to say thank you to Board Member Burke for trying to put it, piece it together right now. I was trying to do the same thing. Unfortunately, based on the superintendent's response just now about these, I can understand where he's coming from with regards to this seems like it, may or may not work, but unless you kind of go through it on his end, it's hard for me to support it. I actually, what I was mentioning before in terms of some type of an amendment was going to be, since the unions have agreed to talk and also talk about cost savings for them to meet, and if they have a dollar amount, like the 530 that they need to find, that I would be willing to vote in favor of the budget if we left that up to the superintendent and our unions, whether it be through COLAs or whether it be through them looking through and finding some cost savings. I was looking more along the lines of the contracted services, and those seem to be potential savings that could be at least put on hold, that weren't. But bottom line is, I'm not the expert. I'm not in it day in and day out. Our union leaders are, and so is the superintendent. So I personally can't support it, only because it's so specific to each line item there. But I do very much appreciate your willingness to try and move us forward. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morioni. Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Balfons?
Yeah. So I don't know off the top of my head, but Mr. Superintendent, you said that some of these are a bigger proportion of the, I guess, the budget for that particular line item. Can you identify the ones that are huge for their particular line item? Or Mr. Burke, yeah.
The largest reduction is the staff travel. That was $237,000. So this is about a fifth. Everything else is under a 10% reduction to the line.
But very close to 10% reduction on employee training and development services.
That's true.
And it's very close to 10% of software as well.
Okay, if there are no other questions, then we'll move to public comments on the amendment. So a reminder once again to the members of the public that to address the board, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. I'll call your name and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. If you need additional time, we'll grant you more time. And if we do grant you more time at the end of the 6 minutes, we will mute your microphone. So if you would like to address the board, now be the time. All right, we'll go to Judy Harris.
Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, my name is Judy Harris. I live at 1245 Forest Avenue, and I teach 5th grade at Riverton School. I wanted to just thank the entire board for the care that you're taking with this budget. It is very clear that the teachers and students and other staff in this district are well represented by all of you, so thank you for that. Board Member Burke, thank you for being so thoughtful and looking at this line by line. As I look at it, it makes sense. My only reservation about all of your proposal would be the software licensing. Knowing what it took to shift from teaching in my classroom to teaching from my desk at home in my apartment, and how much I was able to use some software that we had licensed and how important that was for my students, I would want further exploration of what that particular line item would do, especially with the possibility of further remote learning into the next year. That being said, thank you for the care and thoughtfulness of looking at this and for staying up for so many late nights to help our students and staff. Thank you.
Ms. Harris. Next, we'll go to Sarah Northworthy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you all for your late nights. I know it's harder to be on camera than it is to be watching you all from here. Again, appreciate all the work that you're putting in, the creative thinking. I'd like to echo what I believe Judy Harris said about the software licenses. I teach 4th grade at Reiki. One of the ways that I was able to be as successful as I was with a lot of room for growth was being able to take advantage of what a lot of corporations and companies did, which was making their licenses free. For the last 2 months, the programs that I'm using and am planning on using through June 12th are expiring. I found out that one of the CSAL is an application that we've been using, a platform. My trial membership expired last night. We are already running out of our free licenses for the rest of the 3 weeks of this year. And looking at a reduction in software licenses with a real likelihood of either partially or a whole remote learning would be a big setback for the education that we're trying to provide for our students. If anything, we need to look at increasing that line item as well as the employee training to go along with that, because we've been figuring this out on our own, informally with colleagues, with support from the district. But we need to have training, we need to have software access, and even if we are in the buildings next year, what we've learned, we can apply. It will help us to mitigate the gap. We need access to software and technology, and I applaud the effort to be creative, but that is not where I believe we can take our Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll go to Michelle Lawless.
Thank you. I just want to speak in support of this amendment, and I thank Mr. Burke for bringing it forward. Ms. Morion, this is exactly the kind of creative work that the union is interested in doing with the district, and I think that what has been identified is something that's highly workable while still maintaining the high level of programming and services that we desire for all of our students, keeping our commitment to equity in the district, making sure that we're looking at the achievement and the opportunity gap, and fulfilling all 4 of Portland promises. So I appreciate this amendment, and I thank you for introducing it, and I support it.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we'll go to M. White. Oh, sorry, I can't see it.
Good evening. Once again, Martha White from Lincoln Middle School. I thoroughly applaud the spirit of this amendment. I think it's the right kind of thinking to just dig deep, see what we can do without. We know we need people to do this work, and we know the people can do a lot of the work that's represented in here. I'm looking at the professional development, employee, training and development. There may be some room in there for us to do that work ourselves with each other. So I thoroughly applaud this. I do think that it is probably worth looking into the nitty-gritty of the software licenses, because some of that work, that software is essential for mitigating our achievement gap, and so should just take a close look at that. And I also wonder about staff travel. I don't know too much about that, but we certainly have itinerant educators who travel from school to school as part of their daily routine, and I wonder if that is some of that money is related to their particular assignments. So, but this is definitely the right spirit, and I see roughly 8 lines here. I know there are more lines in there. I think that TNTP survey can take a rest. There's stuff we can do. Let's do it. Keep it up. This is great. You can do it.
Thank you. Next, excuse me. We'll go to Aura Russell.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Phone, okay. Hello, this is Aura Russell Better. I'm a board member of Equity in Portland Schools and a parent of students at Presumpscot School. My 4th grader is actually awake, listening, because this is really important. And so we've been following together. I wanted to thank Board Member Burke for his proposal, and I do hope that you as a board can consider, I can understand you wanting to look further and deeper into some of these potential cuts, as some of them probably are unfamiliar. And I just think, as other folks have brought up, we need to be really creative right now. And I would urge the board to consider taking some time and having an emergency meeting later so that you really can look at this as an option. I feel upset that the backstop of increasing classroom sizes came up so late at a meeting tonight, when I think a lot of parents aren't aware that that's even on the table. And I think you all are aware that that's a very unpopular position to take. So I really feel strongly that looking at all other options, and also instead of all of the COLA reductions, is really critical right now. So thank you all.
Thank you, Aura. Now we'll go to Carrie Foster.
Hello again. At 10:30. I do want to thank the board for considering this amendment, purely because I think that, like Michelle Lawless said, this is the conversation we should be having. I mean, I appreciate the idea that we can look at the reality of what this pandemic is going to bring to the profession next year, what it has already brought to us this year, the lessons we can learn from it, as Sarah said. And I appreciate the input of the teachers, who are the people on the ground who know how this all rolls out. I shouldn't say teachers, I should say all staff, multilingual ed techs, teachers, admin, everybody who's out there. I do think the comments and input from those who are closest to the work should be a bigger part of this budget conversation, and this is the kind of amendment that helps that conversation. So thank you for the opportunity to get into it.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, and if there's no other public comments, we'll close that and we'll bring it back to any more board discussion on the amendment. If there isn't anyone with their hand raised, I will say to the amendment, I really appreciate the spirit behind this and what we're trying to do here, to be a little bit more thoughtful about what the impact areas are and try to spread it out. I'm really concerned that we're not able to have a deep look into what the effects would be of each of these cuts. It's sort of kind of like moving blindly if we were to accept the amendment as is right now. But I 100% understand what we're trying to achieve through it. I will say that the contingency fund is something that we've heard a strong sentiment about wanting to maintain intact due to the likelihood, or the possibility rather, that increased cost next year could very likely be the reality that we're facing. So I just have a certain level of hesitance to support the amendment, just not fully understanding the consequences of some of these cuts. So I'll leave it at that. Did someone else had their hand raised and I missed it? If not, then we'll move to vote on the amendment. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment to realize the $530,000 of savings as indicated by Mr. Burke, please indicate, and Superintendent will call the roll.
Mr. Atkinson?
No.
Mr. Balfons?
No.
Ms. Bondo?
No.
Mr. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Figdor?
No.
Ms. Morioni?
No.
Ms. Thompson?
No.
Ms. Trevorrow?
No.
Ms. Brown?
No.
Ms. Yangala?
No.
And Chair Rodriguez?
No. And so the amendment fails at 8-1 vote, with the students voting with the majority against the amendment. All right, so we're back to the main motion. I see Mr. Balfons has his hand raised.
Yes, if we're at the point, I'd like to move for an amendment, kind of piggyback off of Member Burke. And so I admire Member Burke for proposing this. And so I think there are some things in his proposal that I can get behind. Obviously, we'd have to talk about it. And first, I'd like to start with amending to follow him with the staff travel of $50,000 and reducing that in the budget.
We're going to take that just as an individual amendment, the 50,000?
It looks like that's what we have to do. So yes, I mean, unless we have other thoughts, yes, that's the motion.
Yes.
Could I ask us if you know, I share your concerns about the contingency fund. So I don't have an answer for that part, but could we look at the other 250 and let us make the reductions from within those lines?
From Mr. Burke's amendment?
Yes.
So then procedurally, I'll withdraw my motion until we, I guess, figure this one out.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Balfons.
I'm just trying to get us to an end, because otherwise, if we're going to do this one by one, $50,000 at a time, you know, I could see us going several nights.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. So Superintendent, I'm sorry. So what you're asking us is to look at the list that Mr. Burke have put out, and except for the contingency fund, have you guys look at the rest of those line items?
Yes, for a total of 250. I will underscore that I am very concerned about the contingency fund, and have said that numerous times. So I would propose that not be in there, and that we keep the 150 and COLA reductions that were previously presented.
Okay. Got a couple of people here. Let's go to Ms. Morioni.
Thank you, Superintendent. I would agree that if we go line by line, I would like to make an amendment that we give the superintendent a dollar amount, and then he has time to meet with the unions or not. But bottom line is now that he has seen things we won't support, and we give him that dollar amount. I think we should have the dollar amount be that full amount of 530, and hopefully he can meet with the union leaders in a very short order, because it sounded as if on tonight's call, most of them said that they have ideas and want to come to the table with those ideas. I would like to make an amendment that we support the superintendent to do that, and we do have a final special meeting called possibly by Friday to get that, and then we have our final vote on Friday evening. But that would be my amendment. That was a long-winded amendment, but yeah.
Is there a second to the amendment? Oh, see Ms. Bondo. And so just to, Ms. Morioni, just to summarize it, your amendment is saying to just give the superintendent leadway to talk to the units to realize, I'm sorry, would you mind explaining that yourself?
Sure. I mean, starting as a basis of what Mr. Burke put together, I mean, you know, he was just suggesting that he could possibly work with that. But in addition to that, meet with the union leaders, if at all possible, between now and Friday to get suggestions, even if they can't meet, to get email feedback from the presidents. And that we would hold a special meeting Friday night to have a final vote on, but again, the dollar amount would be $530,000.
So just to be clear, you're in essence asking that we postpone the vote on the budget today. So fundamentally, I think just to be clear about that.
Right.
Because
There's
then
yeah, 3 parts to it. Number 1 is review what Mr. Burke put forward to see if the configuration of the dollar amounts, if you could come back with something that could work within that, number 1. Number 2, communicate with the unions, whether it's by meeting or getting suggestions from them on cuts. And I've heard the TNP, I don't know, they've referenced several times tonight ideas, and potentially adding in that. And then number 3, but that the board would stick to that dollar amount of $530 for you to respond to by Friday for our vote. We would request a special meeting on Friday for a final vote on the cuts.
All right, so if I'm hearing it clearly, if I'm understanding it clearly, it's an amendment to have the superintendent continue with the conversations with the units regarding COLA reductions, and then postpone our vote until later this week. Friday is the day that you were saying. Is that what we're thinking? Okay.
Although having heard from the majority of the board, realizing that not the majority wants the COLA reductions, but they want to find these other reductions. Keeping that in mind as you go forward with discussions.
Okay. Are there any questions on that amendment, Ms. Thompson?
Okay, so maybe it's the hour of the night, but I'm getting really confused. I'm sorry. So is this suggestion to come up with this amount to offset asking for the COLA reductions and then come back and find out what the superintendent came up with instead of the COLAs? Because I am like completely now lost as to what the heck we're doing. So could someone please just like in layman's terms really explain this to me at this time of night, what we are doing here?
I think the COLA reductions would only come if the unions are in agreement at all with that, and if they offer it up. But if they are saying we would rather have some of the other things they've mentioned, see those things reduced, essentially giving the superintendent just a little bit more time based on what he's heard guidance from the board, that we'd prefer not to have the COLAs touch, but if the unions would be willing to offer a little bit, I don't know. But I guess that's as I began the whole evening saying, I'm not ready to vote tonight without knowing a little bit more from the union still. And I'm kind of back full circle.
Okay, so what we're asking him to do, just so I'm clear, is we're asking the superintendent to come up with a list of other things that would amount to what a COLA reduction would be. So this would be instead of, in case the COLAs they don't want to come to the table and do the COLAs, this would be in place of that. Is that correct? Am I understanding correctly?
Backs up to the COLAs.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to make sure I have it correctly in my brain here. Thanks.
The reason why I'm also saying this is because I did just hear the superintendent with some inkling that, okay, what Mr. Burke did put on the table, he could investigate further and there could be possible savings there.
Okay.
So I'm just, the only reason I'm doing it is because I'm trying to also take the lead from the superintendent in that maybe there is something he could uncover from under a stone.
Just to be clear, I did not ask to do that in the next 3 days and bring it back to you guys for approval, just to be very clear about that.
That's what I was just going to ask you about, Javier, the superintendent. And so you would suggest just you making the cuts but not come back for another vote or special meeting.
That's right. That's right. I would suggest that you vote for this budget with, a set of reductions that could either come from the COLAs if we were successful at doing that, or if not, that you charged me and my staff with finding the whatever the total amount is, 520.
Okay, but away from the things that we've already put on the table tonight that we're not willing to reduce, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can we go to Ms. Victor?
I guess I'm hearing different things. On the one hand, I'm hearing that this is in the place of COLA reductions, and on the other hand, I'm hearing that this is if the COLA reductions, this is a backstop to the COLA reductions. So that's my first point, and I need clarification on that. And then second, I initially heard the superintendent talk about a smaller delta that he would look to close. So I thought what I heard was, we know that we have $130,000 in savings because of adjustments and enrollment from the previous iterations of the budget. So right off the top, if you're not including any of the COLA reductions, that brings us from a gap of $522,000 to a gap of $390,000. And then if we reduce the contingency fund by $153,000, with bringing it to total contingency of $500,000, which was the high end of the initial proposal, that would leave us with a gap of $238,000, a little bit over that. So that's what I believe I initially heard the superintendent talk about, was closing a smaller gap, not closing a $500,000 gap, closing about a $250,000 gap. So I think that I would like clarification on both those points.
Yeah, I think you got most of it, but I did say that I would prefer to not take from the contingency fund and to keep the COLA reductions that we had previously proposed.
All right, we'll go to Mr. Barrow.
So I want us to keep in mind, if we're going to be tabling this to another day, to make sure that it's one that we are all available. I'm not available on Friday night. And then I guess the amendment that's on the table is to direct the superintendent to have conversations with the union to either assess the likelihood of COLA reductions, or to come up with another method of funding the gap. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the next 3 days. And so I'm wondering, Superintendent, how feasible is it to have that kind of a conversation?
As I've said, I don't think it's feasible.
Thank you.
Mr. Burke.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Moriani, for bringing this forward and trying to find a way forward from here. And thank you, Superintendent, for doing the same. I appreciate the spirit. We're all working together here. So part of what I'm understanding, Superintendent, is that you're asking if we would make a motion to charge you with finding $522,000 worth of cuts. If per my, I'm sticking to my, well, 522,000, which includes 150 from non-rep and 372 from represented staff, and that you, with those staff units, would find that $522,000 reductions either through COLA or through a combination of reductions like on my list, and that you would problem solve that together. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I said. Sorry.
Okay. So you're saying you want to go after the cost of living adjustments first and foremost, and then only if that does not go forward would you look at this list.
I'm saying that out of the total amount, there's 130 that is, I don't think anybody is disputing, and that is the 2 classes that we wouldn't have. So that's off the table, right? I'm saying that I'm uncomfortable with reducing the contingency by $150,000. We already have $150,000 in COLA reductions that we presented that we can accomplish. And I'm saying we keep those. And then I'm saying that there's another $250,000 that you've proposed coming, 50,000 from staff travel, 50,000 from software, 50,000 from repairs, 50,000 from employee training, and 50,000 from professional development. And I'm saying, instead of doing those 50, 50, 50, 50, that you just say we would like a $250,000 reduction from those combined lines, and that you let me go and find those $250,000.
Just that, to find that $250,000 without renegotiating COLAs with our other units. That's what you're saying?
I would attempt to have a conversation, but I think that, honestly, I don't think that those conversations are going to go very far given where we are. So we need a backstop to the COLAs. You proposed to remove that backstop, to remove the COLAs, and the board voted against that. So as far as I'm concerned, they're still there. And we need a backstop for the rest, which is what this list was, will now serve as. And, with the caveats that I've laid out, so the 150 in existing COLA reductions that we know we can accomplish, and the 130 from the classrooms that we want to add, that the remainder that given, assuming that we don't get that from our collective bargaining units, I would, find a way to come out of our, out of the total budget.
I understand you now. Thank you.
Mr. Balfons.
Where are the classroom size increases in this? Are they taken off? Are they no longer part of the backstop?
That's correct. Nor co-curriculars.
Mr. Varro?
I mean, I guess we're kind of talking about something that's not really on the table right now, which is an alternative amendment. I don't know. I guess I know what you're proposing, Javier, but I'm not confident that it's what you would prefer as an outcome, and I'm wondering if you could enlighten us to that.
I mean, so I presented multiple options which have been rejected. So I'm trying to find a path forward with what it is that you've rejected from the options that I presented. So, that's where I'm going. So is it my preferred? No, it's you already have my superintendent's recommended budget, and multiple revisions along the way. But, that's not where we are anymore. So I'm trying to make sense of where we are and trying to offer a path forward. The path forward that I'm offering is preferable to me than the path forward of, trying to have a rushed resolution with unions between now and Friday, which I think is absolutely 100% unrealistic, because there is no way that we're even going to get the meetings scheduled. We've been working on doing that, for the last 3 days. So that's unrealistic. And then for me to say, like, we're going to take, 10% of staff travel, or 20% or 20-some% of staff travel, and 10% of software. And I don't know that we can do that. That's unrealistic, to say that we can just do that off the bat. So, I'm committed. If you're saying $250,000 from those lines, for give us a chance to find that, and we will find it. And there will be things that people will be upset about, and that's just the reality of cutting $250,000 out of anything. Just like people were upset about the co-curricular cuts, and people were upset about the class size, and don't want to consider the any of the other options that are on the table, because they're all unpleasant. So but we need to have a budget, and so I believe that within these parameters we can come up with a budget.
So I guess my only pushback on that is that as far as the main motion is concerned, we still have the main motion to vote on, so it hasn't been fully rejected at this point. I would suggest that I'm prepared to vote against this amendment that's on the table, and then move the question to come to a vote on the main motion. I would suggest that if that fails, then we take up the alternative and work on it from there. That would be my preferred course forward.
Thank you, Mr. Varro. We have 3 people with their hand raised, so we'll go through them, and then we'll have to figure out our next move after that. So we're going to Ms. Victor.
Yeah, I wanted to see if Ms. Morioni would be open to revising her amendment in light of the superintendent's remarks, to, rather than have us come back again to have the superintendent find that $250,000, whatever process he uses, and not having us come back again. And I would suggest that this would be a more consensus building, an approach that recognized that's sought to build more consensus among the board as to our direction forward, and that would be preferable.
Ms. Morioni.
I'd like to hear a little bit more from other board members before I revise it, but thank you, Mrs. Figdor.
Sorry, Ms. Thompson?
So I'm not sure I'm in support of this, because what I'm hearing the superintendent say is he would go back and find, saying the COLAs is unrealistic. So potentially, and I'm not saying that this would be something that would be offered up, but it has been on the list of eliminating gym and arts and music. So that would not be on your list, Superintendent, something like that?
Just to be clear, I believe that those have been vetted and rejected by the board. Dating back to the finance committee meeting where those were on the table. We also heard today from members that they didn't want to, that they were willing to take on class size because they didn't want to take on, those other options. So I'm saying that we would find the difference, in those lines that Mr. Burke outlined. We would find 250,000. But what I would prefer to do is not do 50,000 from each of those and have the flexibility to be able to find 250 within those lines.
Okay, so you're talking the same line. So when you said that there would be some, because your comment about some of your decisions would be unpopular or not well liked or what have you, I just want to make sure we're not varying from this, because if you came back and said I was going to do X, Y, and Z, that's something totally out of the blue. Not that, I want to make sure that we have a little bit. I think why Ms. Morioni maybe was suggesting that is so that we had the control of where those monies were coming or being cut from, is maybe why she was suggesting to come back together so we could see where those were. But if you're telling us it's from these line items only, and you're not going to vary, go outside of that, is that what you're saying? If I'm understanding correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I don't want us to have another special meeting. I'm not sure I'm available on Friday night either. And I think that we need to really, it's 11 o'clock now. I think we've really had some great conversations here. And I really, to Ms. Trevorrow's point, think we're at a point where we need to call the question here pretty soon. And I think we've had some really great conversations, but as we venture later and later here, I think we're going to start, to your point, Superintendent, is putting, little here, little there, and we're trying to split hairs. And I know our hearts are in the right places, but we don't do good work this time of night. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Ms. Morioni?
Well, I think that, I've heard most of the board say that they'd be willing to, and I trust the superintendent, and I trust the process around. Again, I'm just very, very encouraged by the conversations by the union leaders that have been on these calls. I understand you may not be able to get us back specifics by Friday, but I guess, can I ask one question? You're still going to be discussing with them options, and it's not just Mr. Burke's list. Is that correct? You're muted.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So are we saying then I'm trying to figure out this amendment, revising this amendment, because if you were just saying you would take the list from Mr. Burke and you would alter possibly, where the dollar amounts come from, I'm just still curious around the discussion with the unions, the leadership, to finding additional savings or
as far as
by Friday, but I'm just asking, are you still thinking that's the whole package around talking with them as well as looking at this list further?
As far as I understand what the board is voting on, it is a budget that includes a number of COLA reductions. That's what's built into the budget, but understanding that some of those COLA reductions have to be negotiated we need a fallback, and the fallback are the things that are on this list. The backstop, as we've called it today, are the things that are on this list. So I would, of course, continue to go to the unions to see if we could get those COLA reductions, but if that doesn't happen, and it won't happen by Friday, if that doesn't happen, then we will need to make $250,000 of additional reductions in those lines.
And if the union says we don't want to cut COLA, but we hear some other areas that would be low-hanging fruit potentially to do instead. I mean, I'm happy to do that. And it
We would
sounds
be
like
happy to converse about other options.
okay. So I will make an amendment to, change to my amendment to say that I would like to give the authority to the superintendent to find $230. How much? $530. $530 in the budget.
It's actually,
250.
Miranda, can you give us the exact numbers? Because it's not.
The bottom line we're going with is the one Mr. Burke put forth. It's 522,000 is what's needed.
Right, but for that, we already have 130 that is.
Right, that's part of the list.
Right. Then I've said that I would be very concerned about the contingency portion of that. And so we already have $150,000 worth of COLA reductions that we know we can achieve with non-represented and union contracts that have not been negotiated. So that would be 150,000. And then the delta between that 280 and the number that we need to get to is what we would have to reduce from those 5 lines.
So the dollar amount would be then 230. Is that what you're saying? I don't know the dollar amount anymore. I'm sorry, I've lost count.
That's what I'm asking. I don't know what it is.
Are we, so we're assuming that we're not doing the 150 that was in Mr. Burke's proposal, correct?
The contingency.
Right. So it's the same thing. It was just the 250 approximately.
That's my understanding of it as well.
So now to amend to say that we're authorizing the superintendent to find an additional $250,000 as yeah.
All right, so then the amendment, so what we're doing is changing the amendment, authorizing the superintendent to find $250 out of the items that were already listed in the previous amendment.
And to meet with the unions.
To meet with the unions. Okay. So that, I'm sorry, I'm just getting a little bit lost because we already had an amendment on the floor that was second, no? So
so this is an amendment. This is
my amendment. Yes.
Okay. All right. So then this has been seconded already.
Who seconded it before? I lost.
Mrs. Bondo.
Bondo.
Ms. Bondo. So Ms. Bondo would also have to agree to the amendment.
Yes.
Please go with it. Okay. All right. And so then now, do we need to ask more questions about this one? It's just, it sounded to me like it's just clarifying what Ms. Moran intended to say all along. Yeah, remember that?
Just, it's technically 242. I don't know if we want to just make it exact.
I would like to make it exactly 250,000.
Ms. Figdor?
I want to thank Ms. Mariani for being willing to to change the amendment as this conversation has evolved. I really appreciate that. I have one remaining question, which is, does for the superintendent about whether you foresee it being possible to meet with the unions on this timeline. Would just input from the unions be sufficient? I mean, clearly, I think that's a critical piece of it, but I just want to make sure what we're moving forward is indeed feasible.
I don't know what timeline you're thinking, because I certainly, the timeline I've ruled out is doing it by Friday. So I don't know what the timeline is, and that you're thinking we're working on.
I guess I would say on whatever timeline you need in order to operationalize it to move this budget forward.
Right, and that would be by the beginning of the next, fiscal year for some units, and August, the end of August for teachers and ed techs, which is when their contracts kick in.
Great. So the answer is that it is indeed feasible.
Mr. Balfons?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm following because Member Morione's amendment, it seemed to have a few parts to it, and I just want to make sure I'm following. Initially, it talked about postponing the vote meeting on Friday. That is out of the amendment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then 2, we're going to review in line with Member Burke's line items. It was initially 530,000. We're now down to 250,000. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Okay. And then finally, there was a requirement to communicate with the unions. And so I just don't want, my concern is if we're making that a requirement, or is that just a nice to have? I don't want it to be a requirement if the timeline is not feasible. And so I just want to clarify that if that's the requirement as part of the amendment.
What I understand from the letters that were sent by the superintendent that we received, and all the letters, it said within 10 days, which is required at least to get a response about a meeting, not necessarily, not necessarily to meet within 10 days, but to get a response in 10 days. So at the very least, you should get a response back about when they can meet.
And we've had responses from everyone, so that's not an issue. It's a scheduling issue.
I don't think it's too much to ask that he would continue with the plan to meet with them, but when they can find a time.
Okay, so there's no specific time limit by Friday?
No, not in my amendment, no.
Okay,
yeah.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Can I just say, okay, I guess we gotta go public comment on the motion. All right, so we're gonna take public comment on the amendment that's on the floor. I think real quick, we'll use the raise your hand feature on Zoom for any member of the public that wants to address the board, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. We'll start with Michelle Lawless.
Thank you very much. I would like to be as clear as I possibly can. The reason that I supported Mr. Burke's amendment is because it specifically removed COLAs and steps from all employees, not just the union ones that haven't met yet, but all of us. I do not believe that this budget gap should be made up on the backs of the people working with the students. I supported Mr. Burke's amendment because it clearly, quickly, and efficiently identified $530,000 to make up that gap. When I said I am interested in coming to the table to discuss it, I'm interested in discussing how we can make up the gap without affecting the income of any employee in the district. Therefore, I do not support this amendment.
Roberto, you're muted.
Sorry, but I said something really smart, guys. You missed it. Actually, I see a couple of people in the from the public raising their hands. So we'll finish that up and then we'll come back. We'll go to John Thibodeau.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thanks again. Thanks for all your hard work and late night. You definitely support the direction this is moving in. And it just seems like we're not that far away. You know, this feels doable. And I hope you consider supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we'll go to Kate Kessler. Oops.
Hi, thank you for hanging in there with all of this. Kate Kessler, 10 Parsons Road, LISA teacher, Ocean parent. I appreciate all the back and forth and the willingness to, you know, look at the list that Board Member Burke proposed and work from there. I think it's a really useful exercise in this time that I would like to think as a staff person leaves us some, you know, flexibility moving forward. I think there's so much uncertainty that any flexibility is good flexibility. So I support the amendment. I appreciate the willingness to work with the unions. I don't speak on behalf of the union, but I recognize as a staff person, as a resident, as a parent, that lots of people in the city, in the state, everywhere are making sacrifices. So in my mind, some combination of COLA adjustment from my perspective, along with some of these items, would be a useful compromise. But thank you for all this.
Thank you, Kate. Next, we'll go to Sarah O'Barry.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate all the hard work. I originally liked the direction that this was going with Member Burke's original proposal, and I echo Michelle Lawless's concern that the COLA adjustments for the unions that haven't been negotiated and the non-union folks is now back on the table. That just doesn't feel right. And I know I don't get to ask a question, but I'm really confused. Marnie asked a question to the superintendent about whether or not during the talks with the union members, the union representatives, would they be able to make their suggestions, which haven't been heard yet. And I heard him answer yes, was my understanding, that he would take into consideration what others brought to the table as suggestions beyond just COLA. But this proposal right now says that you will only take from these particular line items. So I'm confused as to, if my understanding is correct, how the answer was yes, that we would take into consideration other options on the table, and at the same time saying that you can only take from these line items. So I'm hoping that somebody, even though I can't ask a question, that maybe that can be clarified. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so now we will close the public comment now and come back to the board for further discussion. Ms. Trevorrow?
Thank you. So, and to that last point, I also just wanted to make sure I understand the amendment. So my understanding is that the non-rep COLAs are still in, and for the remainder, the direction to the superintendent is to pursue negotiated COLA concessions, and as a backstop to that, to direct the superintendent to find $250,000 worth of savings from a combination of Mr. Burke's list of potential reductions and input from our union representatives. Is that correct?
I think I also need some clarification. So I don't think I intended on the amendment to take out the non-rep COLA piece. So looking at that list from Mr. Burke, I don't know where that is. Could somebody tell me that amount on his list?
That was just articulated by the superintendent as preferable to reducing the COVID contingency fund.
Oh. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I didn't mean to add that as something that he was going to stay. So you're saying that either we take the contingency of 150,000 or we're going to do the COLA reduction for the non-rep staff. Superintendent.
I don't think I said it was either. I think I said that I am very uncomfortable reducing the contingency. And, you know, that's just my opinion.
What would the amount be if we didn't, what's that amount for the non-rep COLA if we wanted to take that out?
It's not just the non-rep COLA, it's the COLA for non-represented employees and for bargaining units that have not entered into an agreement.
And that amount?
$150,000.
Okay.
Not cool.
Now, now with that amount plus the 250, it's back at 400,000.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to make one final amendment to my amendment, and that would be that we would be authorizing the superintendent to find $400,000 in savings or in reductions with working with the union, basing it from Counselor Burke's or Board Member Burke's list. If the union does bring forward additional savings ideas, that could be considered as well.
So I need a clarification. So are you saying that we cannot bring you reductions in the non-represented and non-negotiated contracts? Are you saying that all COLAs are off the table? Because if that's the case, I don't really know what the point is of keeping the COLA conversation.
Yeah, clarifying it's making that if COLAs are offered by other union leaders, bottom line is I want COLAs to be either across the board, if in agreement, or not. I don't know. I can't really articulate extremely well, but maybe another board member can help out.
Can I jump in real quick? And I just want to change things a little bit. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with an amendment or any amendment that is quote unquote just giving freedom to the superintendent or even alluding to telling our bargaining units to make decisions that fundamentally really should be made by the board. I get what we're trying to say, which is to kind of give a little bit broader direction to the superintendent to break us away from this roadblock. But I think that as a board, what we need to do at this time is just either give the superintendent really direct and specific direction, or either that or we just need to put an amendment on the floor that speaks clearly to what we're trying to achieve. But to not do that right now, it's not going to move us forward. And I'll restate what I said before, that when we just give him a different line items and tell him to kind of mini miny mo his way up to $400,000, then it takes us out of the equation, and we don't know the full effects of those decisions that then we are preemptively approving. So I'm a little bit hesitant to move any amendment that works in that way. So having said that, if this amendment is still on the floor, let's take a vote on it, and then kind of move forward from there. Is that okay? So having said that, all those in favor of the amendment from Ms. Morioni, please indicate, and we'll do a roll call for the superintendent.
I'm sorry, my computer went to sleep. Mr. Atkinson.
No.
Mr. Balfons.
Yes.
Ms. Bondo.
Yes.
Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke.
Yes.
Ms. Figdor.
Yes.
Ms. Morioni.
Yes.
Ms. Thompson.
No.
Ms. Trevorrow.
No.
Ms. Brown.
No.
Ms. Yangala.
Yes.
And Chair Rodriguez.
No. So the amendment passes 5-4 with the students splitting it. So then we're back to the main motion. We've amended the budget to give the superintendent guidance to find savings using the line items that were in Mr. Burke's previous amendment. So if we're ready then to vote on that as the budget. Mr. Atkinson?
Yes, I'd like to propose one reduction that I think is prudent. I'm trying to, in most cases, preserve a budget that allows for the possibility of getting back to sort of school as we know it next year, as much as possible. But one program that's been mentioned a few times tonight and was up for discussion a few years ago that I think is not likely to be practical next year is the foster grandparents program. And so I'd like to introduce an amendment to remove the approximately $30,000 budget item for the foster grandparents program.
Is there a second on that? Mr. Balfons? So we have an amendment on the floor to, is it 30,000? To include a $30,000 reduction by cutting the foster grandparents program. Any questions on that? Mr. Barrow?
I'm wondering if it might be feasible to, rather than reducing the overall budget by that amount, to offset the amount of savings that we just approved for the superintendent to find by that amount, so that we don't.
That was my intent. Yes. Apologies if that wasn't clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I'm assuming it would work the same way. If we make that cut, it's just $30,000 less than the superintendent has to find in those line items. So it would, at the end of the day, it would work. It would eventually work that way. Ms. Thompson?
I think there's going to be a lot of things that maybe will be reduced once we get going. We know more about the fall, etc. So with us talking 30,000 here, 30,000 there, that some of these costs, like we talked about fall sports, etc., may not happen. So we're going to have these other cost savings as well. So I guess I would just caution us about starting to pick 30,000 here, 30,000 there at the 11:25 at night, and just give an amount to the superintendent, also knowing that the chances of what we're deciding right now may drastically change as we progress, depending on what the fall is going to look like. So I just getting concerned that we're starting to throw numbers out here of cutting foster grandparents and foster this and whatever else, because we're kind of making decisions here on the fly of the unknown. And I don't find, and it's not in any way of saying anything in particular, but I think we could do this all night long. And the foster grandparents may be the savior. Who knows? I don't know. But so much may change come July or August of what we're going to look at next year. So I have a feeling that we're going to see cost savings in other areas no matter what. Because everything's going to shift a little bit here and there. So I caution us about starting to pick, whether it be crossing guards or foster grandparents or sports or whatever, and just move this along at this point. And we can always have cost savings on the other end. I think that the superintendent will realize as we go along, we're not going to spend it and somewhere else just because we have it. I wouldn't hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Anyone else? All right, so we have Mr. Atkinson's amendment on the floor to cut the foster grandparents program and realize an additional $30,000 savings. So we'll move to public comment. We'll use the raise your hand feature on Zoom to address the board, and you'll have 3 minutes. So we'll start with, I'm sorry, I forgot the name again, Crowell. Oh.
Yes, Lisa Crowley, I just want to echo what Representative Thompson just said. And believe it or not, with this remote learning, it has been the senior citizens that have been the heroes in this. My little elementary students are partnering with senior citizens at Ashton Gardens, and it's been the greatest thing that's happened. And let's not take that off the table right this minute. Let's just, it's very late at night. Just be careful taking that one off the table before we really can think it through. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Nicola.
Hi, I just want to say you guys are amazing. I'm sitting in my son's room. He's just fell asleep. He's 2 years old. So I just want to say really quickly that a first grade teacher, Laura Nichols at Riverton, and my foster grandparent is like my mother. She's incredible. They have done so much work. A lot of them we know probably won't come back. So I feel like, just to echo what Ms. Thompson said, maybe let things kind of see what happens in a month or two. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay. There's no other public comment. We'll close. Oh, we've got one more. We'll go to Andrea Levinsky.
Hello again. Andrea Levinsky, Portland High School. This was one of the areas I recommended to look at for a cut. However, I don't know enough about the program or what the money is for or where the money goes to be able to support this amendment. So I think like with this, in addition to other cuts, we really need to know what the impact is going to be, and not knowing that and not knowing where the money goes and not knowing the impact of the program, I think it's really challenging. I would hate, for us to cut something that has a big impact at 11:30 p.m. on a Tuesday where none of the foster grandparents are probably awake and the kids who are impacted by them are probably also not awake. So I support the spirit of it, but without enough information, I can't support the amendment at this time.
Thank you, Manager. All right, so now we'll come back to the board. We'll close the public comment, come back to the board for further discussion on the amendment. We'll go to Ms. Victor.
I want to raise an additional concern to the caution that Ms. Thompson raised, which is once you cut a program, it's hard to reinstate it. And so while right now we might be thinking about the impracticality of having older members of our community in our classrooms, I would hate to think that that we eliminate a program that I think many of us have firsthand experience with, and know how much value it gives to our schools, as well as to the broader community.
Thank you, Ms. Victor. Ms. Thompson?
So poor foster Grammies and grandparents. They've been on the list over the years many, many times, and we've always brought them back. And I think that they're the biggest bang for our buck. And it's a great opportunity for students and teachers alike to work with the older population. But they just bring so much value. For $30,000, I guess I would just ask people to really think about, is this really, at this time of night, a good decision to be making? Again, we're going to realize savings in other areas. And to Ms. Figdor's point, over the years, as we cut, we haven't been able to bring some of those things back. And the foster grandparents really are an important aspect to our students and to our schools. So the cost savings for me, it just does not warrant such a reduction. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Mr. Barrow?
You're muted.
Sorry about that. I was just, I was recalling the same thing as Sarah. I think it was just a couple of years ago that we were at this very last meeting debating the budget during budget season, and it was the grandparents program that was kind of the last $50,000 that we were trying to save. I think I'm going to vote against the motion, not necessarily because I disagree with it, but I think that the superintendent probably has the leeway to look at that, even with the amendment that we just passed. And so I think I would just rather at this hour leave it up to the superintendent.
Thank you. Anyone else? Excuse me. All right, seeing none. I'll add, Mr. Burke.
Yeah, sorry. I'll be voting against the amendment in the spirit that it would be at the superintendent's discretion as something that could be cut as part of what was already passed. Also say I'm a little disheartened that we're spending this much energy talking about this, but there wasn't a more rigorous debate about moving forward with our COLAs to some staff and not others.
Thank you. I'll add. I'm hesitant to vote in favor of cutting the program. I think, as with some of the other things that we've talked about that could potentially not be taking place in the fall, we will realize those savings at the time. But to cut it now, then we wouldn't have the chance of implementing it should we have the opportunity to do so. So to keep the door open, so to speak, for me, that it seems like the right vote here is to not cut it. Particularly when we're talking about $30,000 and we've already given the superintendent some direction on the previous amendment. So for that reason alone, and some of the other comments that were said by other board members, I probably will not support this cut. So let's so why don't we put it to the vote, unless there is any other comments. All those in favor of the amendment on the floor from Mr. Atkinson to cut the foster grandparents program to realize the $30,000 savings, please indicate, and the superintendent will call the roll. You're muted, superintendent, sorry. I got you.
Mr. Atkinson,
Yes.
Mr. Balfons,
Yes.
Ms. Bondo,
No.
Mr. Burke.
No.
Ms. Figdor,
No.
Ms. Morioni,
No.
Ms. Thompson,
No.
Ms. Trevorrow,
No.
Ms. Brown,
No.
Ms. Yangala,
No.
and Chair Reyes.
No. So the amendment fails 7-2 with both the students voting with the majority. All right, so we're back to the main motion. Mr. Borrow.
Chair, would it be appropriate at this time to call the question?
I think it would be, yes.
I'll call them.
Something's giving big thumbs up. So we'll go to a vote. Let me get pull up the agenda again. It's been a while. All right, so, sorry. Consideration and action to, I'm sorry, Miranda, the total for the budget has not changed, right, with anything that we did. So the motion itself remains the same, correct? All right, so just checking. Consideration and action to approve the FY21 budget as amended tonight in the amount of $119,862,677. Please indicate, and we'll do a roll call.
Mr. Atkinson,
Yes.
Mr. Balfons,
Yes.
Ms. Bondo,
Yes.
Mr. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Figdor,
Yes.
Ms. Morioni,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Ms. Trevorrow,
Yes.
Ms. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Yangala,
Yes.
and Chair Reyes.
Yes. All right, so the motion passes unanimous. Good job. All right, so now, so with that, and I'm sorry to not be, with that motion, the budget is then passed to the council because the motion itself doesn't specifically say that we're recommended to the council. It does? Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, next,
Chair, can I ask a question?
yes, I'm
Please.
sorry.
I'm just wondering if these next two items are time sensitive, can we move them to the next one? Because I would like to have a healthy conversation or more of a conversation around because I want to make an amendment in at 25 minutes to 12 or 20 minutes to 12. I don't think that any of us are really in the frame of mind to talk about modifications at this time for the stipends, because I do have some amendments that I want to make. And I think people would not want to really entertain much more tonight. So in the superintendent's opinion, would it be life-shattering if we take the new business for the modification as well as the revised proposed calendar to the June something meeting?
The June 2nd meeting, a week from today.
Right, can we just move those two things to then and go to bed now, please? And happy 50th birthday to me.
I was just gonna say, you don't want to spend the last 20 minutes of your birthday with
My
us.
daughter just said, Mom, you have 20 minutes left.
None of us are gonna take that, too personal. So
Okay.
too harshly. All right, I think so. We have a motion on the floor to reschedule the remaining items on our agenda to our meeting of June 2nd, which is next Tuesday. Ms. Bondo is seconding that motion. Any questions on that? Seeing none. Is there any public comment on the motion to reschedule the remaining items of our agenda until next week? Seeing none. Any board discussion? Seeing none, the superintendent and I I guess we'll talk tomorrow and we'll figure out the agenda for next week. We'll piece it all together for us. So with all that, I guess we'll call for a motion to adjourn. Brioni, second by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor, please indicate. We can do a hand. And that's unanimous. We've adjourned at 11:39 p.m.
Good night.
Thank you all.
Happy birthday, Sarah.
Happy birthday, Sarah.
Happy birthday, Sarah.
Bye.